Today, I'm the one who presses the button. Rumbler, hello. Dragon Lady, hello. Wires. Wires not. No, the entire stream will not be wireframe. Just going to run some ads right at the start. Apologies if you're not a sub. Oh, it won't let me. Did they fix that loophole? Loophole? Oh no. There we go. Manoidi, hello. I pressed my own start stream button today. That is, I started the music myself. Because we're going to listen to 38 minutes of this one album. It's like a vinyl mix. And when that ends, that's time to jump in. Remnants, hello. For forgery. Aha. That's what that's like. We have Lairception. Yep, so to repeat what the bot just said, redeems and alerts may break today since we're opening up the hood and going underneath. So please use them at your own risk. Ads for Scorn, Wakanda Forever, beat Davidson's weird Taco Bell breakfast commercial. Well, thanks for sticking through them. Its pre-rolls are off for the next 30 minutes or so. Unsung, hello. Kisscash, hello. I've also just turned off the hydration redeem for today because I've been drinking a lot. Like trying to keep my still slightly lingering sore throat at bay and a bit of some other reasons. So I am in command of my own hydration today, which I've been doing plenty, so I don't need the redeems. No throw. Throw should be there. Or did I pause that too? Oh no, there you go. Yeah, it's off screen at the moment. I'm over here. You're actually looking at the game screen. It's like there. Here. Here. I'm not a Drygon. No, I'm not. Yeah, welcome on in, everyone. It's going to be a good day. I won't be going into any of the details just yet, not until it hits 5 p.m. Sydney time. So that's another 30 minutes or so. So that gives plenty of time for people to come on in. Let's head on over here anyway. I think I want to keep this screen up. But I might de-emphasize that spectrometer a little bit just for today. Or should I just go like that? Maybe. I've been bamboozled? Oh. A little bit. Yeah, it's been quite a journey getting here. You know, when did I start streaming? March. So March. April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. 10 months.
I am a great magician.
Yeah, my clothes are glitched. Yeah. So much wireframey. Glitch in a glitch, glitchception, yeah. Yeah, so I've been using this streaming setup for not the whole time, but just under 9 months, I think. So it was the first 6 streams or so that we had just the old ping tuber, while I was like just trying out streaming and seeing if I enjoyed it at all, you know, before really diving in. But even at that point, even at that point, I'd had this set up partly working, you know, just to make sure that it was kind of feasible at all. And then once I'd gotten to the point where I was like, yeah, I enjoy streaming, or at least it's not that bad. So then I went ahead and like polished it up a bit and got it mostly working to the point where I was confident with using it on stream, you know. But yeah, for anyone watching the VOD, if you want to skip past all the music and chats and whatever we do to like the meat of the thing, that'll be in about 31 minutes from now. Ow. But I found this vinyl rip of one of the albums I really like. So
I am a great magician.
Halley Labs, they put out a vinyl edition of this album that's got a slightly different mix in the middle of it. So it goes for 38 minutes, and I'm going to be listening to that and just chatting by whoever comes by, with whoever comes by. Draco, hello. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, but maybe that's what's something you can look at. I thought maybe you could have a look at my very, very first stream and see how things have gone. I just need to find it. It's not on Twitch and it's not publicly listed on YouTube, so give me a second. But I want to have a laugh at the very, very first thing I said on stream. So my videos, is that? I've got several YouTube accounts, unfortunately. There we go. Yep, that one's it. Who was my very thoughts on cherry tomatoes? I like them. Yeah, I buy them each week, just about. My very first viewer would be Blue Zest, because I specifically invited him. I think it was his day off, and I sent him a message and said, I'm doing my first stream. Do you want to come along and hang out? And they did. So thankfully they did, because they were able to point out that I had emote only mode on. But apart from that, the first person to come along and chat without me asking them was Nidalicious. Haven't seen them around for a little bit, actually. but I also haven't seen their own stream. So maybe they're off Twitch for a bit, or they're on holiday or something. I can eat your cherry tomatoes. Send them on over. I think I remember that you used to have photos with a filter on them for first round. Yep. Yeah. So let me see. That's bringing up my view of the video, but I want the watch link. That one. Okay. Yeah, first time streamer plays only for the first time. First is a weird word. I just need to check some sound settings. Default is wrong. There we go. Realtek. Digital. Is that right? Yeah. Just playing back. There we go. Yeah. I don't mind showing the URL for this because I'm pretty sure you can't. Whoops. You know that thing in Windows where you shake things, you shake a window and it minimizes everything? I fucking hate that. So, excuse me while I bring everything back that should be back. I need to turn that feature off. So I can't see Twitch chat at the moment. Sorry. Actually, there's something else I need to do first. Oh, that's weird. Yeah. Seems all back to normal. Yeah. Yeah, if you grab a window title and shake it around, it minimizes everything except the title, except the window that you've grabbed. I just want to go paste some links around on Discord and also mention on Twitter that I'm live because we're at the appointed time. Right. So give me just a moment. Thank you everyone for coming along so early though. Appreciate it. Do 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 baby do 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 do. Just need to make sure I'm pasting into the right channels. As I have a habit of sometimes not. Do, 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 do. Won't be a moment. That's all done. Shaking a window is against the Geneva Convention. The Creaty, hey, how's it going? Dragon Denton, hey, as well, how's it going? Rumbly set an alarm, nice. I did start up a little bit early, earlier than stated. Just because this album's like 38 minutes instead of 30. Wasn't here until June, but it always felt like you've been streaming for ages since everything is so set up. Oh, thanks, appreciate that. All right. Yeah, so this over here. Now I'll turn that music down a bit. But I'll keep it playing because I need the time. Yeah. So the very beginning of my very first stream. I hate the sound of my own voice at the very beginning. Intro by Kitsune. That's the very first song I played. And I turned the videos on. Yeah. So I'll mute that. And we'll see. Yeah. I used to have these like landscape videos that I would cycle through. That I did like videoscape or video landscaping photography inside some games and turned that into like an intro reel. And that was how I like introduced the stream when I got started. And it was like 10 minutes of that. It was basically like, it was weird because I had no viewers and yet I still had like a 10-minute startup thing so that, you know, people could roll in, even though there's definitely no one going to be showing up, although Zesty was there. Just trying to see, where am I? There. Where do I stop the music and then start talking? Yeah. So I'm a bit more confident with the way that I'm talking. Yeah, so shy back then, right? Although I have changed some of the sound settings as well. I was trying to see, it's a shame that chat's not embedded in this. Oh, yeah. Just trying to see when I start talking to Zest, and he points out something that was going wrong. I'll catch up in chat in a second. I'm just having... Nah, I don't know where it is. I don't know. Let's go back here. Atomica, hey, how's it going? Goopy quotient to low. Told Twitch to set a reminder and got nothing. Oh, that's not fair. Sorry about that. You're not in the scene? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so things like with alerts and redeems today may be broken. So, yeah. I've disabled some of them just in case. But the cheaper ones are, still enabled just in case. They might produce funny effects if we're looking at something weird. Behind every Gwillem is another smaller streamer. Basically, it's dragons all the way down, yeah. How did I know Blue Zest from being a viewer on their channel? Yes, yeah. Viewer and sub, like a long time. Pop Dragon, yeah. Immediately mocking chat. Oh. Yeah, and I've started highlighting every VOD now, which has made Twitch keep them around with chat as well. So if you see like new video highlight from me, like every now and then, that's me just.
I've sighed. A.
Ooh. Voices. Oh, the music.
Beginning. I've sighed. B.
That's just me going to a VOD that's about to expire and then turning it into a highlight. And then those highlights seem to stick around forever. And Twitch doesn't seem to limit how many you can make. So you can go and watch the highlight with the chat saved along with it. So yeah. I've had a look at Zest's stream before, but there's something about their avatar find surprisingly unsettling. Something about the neck and collar. He's got a couple of different avatars that he switches between. And I actually need to add the bandana collar thing that he's got onto this model. I've got it updated. I just haven't got it rigged properly. Yeah, side B. This is a rip of a vinyl, side A and side B. But Periaps says, hey, how's it going? I'm just having a look at my video producer page. Actually, does anyone have like a favorite clip that they'd like to share of the channel? Because I'm just going to perhaps go in and have a look at clips that have a high number of views, and we can have a look at a couple of them. So clips of my channel. There we go. Views. Recovering from COVID, so it could be better. Or at least you're recovering. Sorry you're going through that, but it could have been so much worse as well. Exactly. Don't know why anyone would want to have caught this unvaccinated. It's like you asking. It's like me asking you to choose a favorite child. Do it anyway. No. I like the first clip you made because it has the old Gwill. Yeah, I don't know which one that would be. Let's have a look at this one. Whoops, something went wrong. Thank you, Twitch. Something went wrong. Now I have to reset all that. How about this one? Actually, if it's a clip, I can just show it through the in World Player, can't I? Although I don't know what might happen if I'm running 2 instances. No, it should be okay, actually. Let's do this. So if anyone doesn't know, if I find out it's your birthday, this is what happens. Once again, I'm sorry, but here we go. Ow. There. You happy? Playing that thing is harder than you might think. There you go. DJ, happy birthday. Oh, that was for Atomica, I think. Now, what if we go one level deeper? And show Zest reacting to that.
Musical interlude? Oh, I'm always down for a Gwillem interlude.
Once again, I'm sorry, but here we go.
Sounds are funny.
That's so cute. I love it. I love that so much. That's such a good clip.
There.
Post
You
that in
happy?
the Discord. Post that in the Discord for sure in the highlights channel. I love that. That's great. Oh. Squeaky dragons. Just like Ren. Ren's a squeaky dragon too.
It's true. I feel like I missed someone coming in there. Hey, Friendly White. Hey, how's it going? Akmon, hello as well. Also, when you said it's dragons all the way down, I had this image of Gwill opening his jaws and a horde of kobolds and smaller Gwills crawling out. Ew. Ow. Draxil, hello. Matryoshka doll, but of Dirk. What else? What else? What else? I mean, the most popular clip has been the one where we lifted a bus from the inside. And that was clipped by Dragon Denton. How about this? Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Success. Maybe. So if you can't push the bus, just grab something from inside and lift it up. And, well... And this is not in the multiplayer test version. Yeah. Love the long drive clips, yeah. Certainly more fond remembering the long drive than actually playing it. How about when Doig Swift raided us for like 400 people? I've got 2 clips of that, actually. I think I made one. The Twitch UI for finding clips is awful, let me just say. There we go. Hey, Piscean Encrypted. How's it going? Found a new cursed game, really? How about this?
Good Lord, what is happening in there?
It works with rating with a party
boy.
of 440.
Oh boy.
All right, so maybe a quick explainer before this. We let this run amok. There is going to be a ball spawn for every person in the raid. And I've not had a raid of 440
Your
before,
intro.
so we can't stop this. So we're just going to let this happen. Yeah, my name's Gwillem. Welcome to the Lair, and about to spawn a bunch of beach balls. Here we go. Yeah. Making popcorn. I'm just going to hide until this is over, I think. Yeah. 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 And then we're going to welcome the raid in properly.
Ow.
Yeah. And that was unfortunately the length, the maximum length of a clip. So be time to get started soon. Twitch UI is awful, period. Got roped into playing one-armed cook earlier today, and it was the long drive of cooking games. Oh, right. The 2 FPS ball in the background. Yeah, I can actually show today why that is a thing. Most turbo throwing things, yeah. Thought we were having a raid. You may be wondering how I got into this situation. Yeah, that was basically what I was saying immediately after, as I was walking over to the door. We need like a record scratch thing. Willem Dafoe in Platoon moment. Like, yeah. Hell yeah. One arm cook is exactly what it says. You have one arm and Only one button to cook with.
I am a
Right.
great magician.
Yeah. Oh. Spectrometer's paused. Why is that? Huh. Oh, because it got minimized. There we go. I want to see some of these. Have the aftermath of the Doig Swift 400. That's right. Yeah, you do. Yeah. Yeah, we jamming. Herza, hey, how's it going? Not sure if I welcomed you in there. So many jams. We'll be getting started at the end of this song. Army of Jammers, jam spam, yeah. Spam away. So yeah, I'll read out what the bot has said just for the video. Today we're behind the scenes. Feel free to ask questions. Today is about sharing and learning and getting inspired, but redeems and alerts may break today, so please use them at your own risk. Like that. Although that would have broken on this screen anyway, because that only works on the game screen. Ow. Yeah, I don't have a structure for today. I was just gonna start with like a really high level oh yeah, paste it, Kiss Cash. I was going to start with like a really high level overview, and then I was going to make notes of any questions that people ask and kind of get to the questions as I can. Just turn that down. Chat. Don't ask me why I think this, but I think there's someone at the door. This was immediately after the 440 raid. Yeah, you might be wondering how I ended up in this situation. Exactly right. I do need a record scratch to go with that slow-mo, I think. Do it. Do it. Dying at the dumper emotes, yeah. Doit. What else? How about before I got the lighting done correctly and adjusted the white skin to not be so shiny. It's for my own reference. Oh, well, that's bright, isn't it? Look at that. It's the only one that's like, you did nothing wrong there. So I'll move myself over here so I'm not shining everything up. Shiny. So bright. Yeah, back when I was radioactive. Hey, Floofy, how's it going? I am a shiny. I can be. I wonder if I still can be.
I am a great magician.
Yes. One of the hidden colors that no one's ever tried. I am a shiny. figured I'd may as well do it because if I show off code for things today, touch purple, yeah. If I show off code today, it's probably going to be shown in a list of things. So, yeah. Rock candy, yeah. Jewel. I'm a cheer bit color. This is the color of Twitch cheer bits. But look at that. Look how reflective and shiny that is. I like it. Diddly-doo-doo. So we're just about ready to get going. Like I said, I don't really have much of a plan today. So I was going to maybe bust out in like pirate software style MS Paint and start drawing some like high level views of things. And then we can dig down into whatever people ask questions about, you know? So there is a purple quill, but it's shiny, yeah. Actually, that might be the only hidden one that's active at the moment. I never got around to making more for other streamers, apart from Zesty and Dither. Strange desire to hoard myself, yeah. By the platinum taint of Bahamut, what is that? Shiny. Shiny Gwillem. Hey. Oh, that blocks chat on that screen, so let's move that. Sceneception, yeah. And they share controls and everything, so you can see the little bit of latency there is. Oop, oop, oop. Hey, well, welcome on in, everyone. That's like 5 o'clock Sydney time, which is the half an hour, like, past the start time that I was going to say. Is this all in Blender? No, this is Unity. But the game's running actively at the moment, so I can change, like, this is the scene display in Unity. That's my alarm saying we should get started. If I've missed anyone coming in during the start when I was kind of distracted by, like, showing things or whatever, feel free to just at me, hello, whatever. But something I want to see if it works is this. Oh, I can't do it because they're sharing controls. I was going to see if we get a Hall of Mirrors effect, but that's just weird. All right. That's going to get confusing quickly. I don't know if I'll be able to run both things at the same time. But let's turn off that wireframe mode and go back to this. There is, like, the video capture mode is here in this scene, but it doesn't update live unless you're on the game scene. But yeah, this is all Unity. Let me reset the Unity view back to normal. There. And there. Get that back there. Yeah. And I'll stop it. And scene view. Yeah. So this is how everything starts off. And I'll go full view because I don't know if I can change the size of the text. Actually, give me a second. I need to, before I go into any like project settings and preferences, I just want to make sure that's not going to show anything personal. No, I don't think it is. But I just want to see if I can... UI scaling looks fine. Bring that back up. Use default. Desktop scaling, no. Custom scaling, 125. Changing this setting requires a restart to take effect. Well, shit. How's the text on screen? I think it looks okay on my end. I think if anyone comes through the VOD, they'll be able to pause things pretty easily. But yeah, there's not much I can do without restarting Unity. But I've changed the setting, and if we feel we need to restart stuff, I will. Show us the hidden info, yeah. Wiggly tail, that's right. Will it Blender? Yeah. What's the percent of stock assets versus custom? Everything here is from the Unity asset store, apart from the Zest plush, the Doig plush, and the pumpkin, which is a template prefab thing here. Pumpkin. Dude. I made this. I made those. I made all those things. Yep. Why only 2 plush so far? Because that's all I've had time to make. I have started working on a third one, but it's taking very slow. It's taking a long time. You can read if you go to 720p or higher. Nice. My collection of lost left socks. Yeah, they're all in here somewhere. What's beyond the lair? Any neighbors? There we go. Stock buildings. This is the lair. Not even got any wall textures on the outside. There's just some buildings that I dragged in from like a low poly asset set just to make it look like there's something outside instead of just horizon and grass like it looks like out that way. The lair hood, yeah. Some of those buildings are real shiny. Look at that. Yeah. Can't get it to shine again. There we go. How shiny that building is. Can I claim a house? I think they're already claimed. But actually, no. You might not want one of these houses. They're sort of weird dimensional things. And that's where most of the lighting comes from. Big chandelier that I've added I can't select it because I've got the layer environment unselectable. There we go. Chandelier with a point light in there, and if I go in there and turn the light off, it's like, boop. Actually, I kind of want to have that as a thing that happens at the start of the stream, where it's all dark inside and maybe just the record player has a highlight right there, and then I come in and like turn the lights on and start things up. Maybe later. Yeah. Turn it off for movie nights. Hope you backed up the lair. Yes, I backed up the lair this morning, my time. So whatever I break today accidentally, I can undo, thankfully. Remember when you didn't have a back wall, right? Yeah. And there was no grass here either. Oh, you can see the water layer that's below that when the hydration redeem comes back will probably come back to life. There, water. Yo. Yep. I like that intersection effect is all built into the shader. I've no idea how they do that. One day I'll learn how to do shaders so I can do stuff like that. Anyway, I'll try to undo as much as I can. Made a very nice pumpkin. Oh, thank you. Take me to Snurch. Yeah. The empty church. The completely empty church. Very fitting. Any plans for a skybox? No plans. Maybe later. Well, the light source is just a single light source, but yeah. It's based around the model of a chandelier there, and I think I turned off shadows for the actual chandelier. There is another light source. Maybe I'll show a bit of that later, but you can see the ground, how it's lit more that way. there is actually, like, I don't know, where is it? Cameras. The cameras aren't showing for some reason. Maybe I turned some of this stuff off. If anyone happens to know why it's possibly not showing up. Yeah.
Well, on the downside I'm having to give up on getting sleep. On the upside, Gwilym stream. Gwilym 1 peak.
Hey, Pilky, how's it going? Thank you for 6 months. Holy shit. Man, time is flying, right? Could you get a shout out for Pilky, please? And I'll do one of the proper ones as well. Yeah, make sure you're following Pilky because they've got their own stream set up like this, part of the Doig Swift extended streaming family. Aha. Gizmos. Yeah, the whole button is a toggle. There we go. That's more like it. Dumb thing. Yeah, Pilky, you got it. All right, so yeah, you can see. So what I was talking a little bit about lighting then. Along with the main camera, yeah. So this main camera here, of which the white you can see, and down there you can see is what will be shown and focused around and on. Attached to that main camera there's a spotlight there. So no matter where the camera moves, actually I can't move it because it's programmatically attached to something else. That spotlight will move with it and always have like a backlight for the camera. So if I were to play, can I move that now? The only problem now is with this control set up. You see, see what's happening with the camera there and the spotlight at the same time. So yeah, this, in addition to the spotlight, like the light happening at the top with the chandelier, there's always a light behind the main camera, which I found very helpful for just making sure that everything that the camera is looking at has got a bit of focus, you know. Hey, Mars Wyvern, how's it going? What color of Gwilym is this? Shiny. All right, I need to change that as well. So while I'm running two things at the same time, I need to change this, put this on another number. It's good. All right. So in order to lead to an answer to like, how do you get point redeems to affect things in the environment? I'll probably talk about how the whole thing kind of comes together. And I guess I'm going to try take a leaf from, it's quite bright, from Pirate Software's book and do a bit of MS Paint. So they have a grey background so it's not so bright. Where to begin though? So any plans on building a full game someday? No plans. No, I can answer that one straight away. Yeah, very much doubt it. So I guess a very basic intro for anyone that doesn't know streaming stuff. There's some software, streaming software called OBS. OBS is like the industry standard, the one that most people use. There's other ones. So we have OBS. And OBS is like the producer software. It deals with all the video and audio mixing and all the compression, and OBS will ship the results of that out to Twitch in real time. So over the internet, everything that you want to show here on Twitch on screen and play through audio goes through OBS and is composited and layered, mixed, however you want to do it. Now for the Twitch integration set up, like what a lot of people have done, because it's probably the easiest to think about. So I have like my Unity app, which is sitting in its own, like it's running separately from OBS. and it's basically like a game. What most people have done is have code inside their Unity game that talks to and from Twitch. So Twitch. But that's not what I've done. Let me change that and that. You can, this is easy to think about, right? Like, you have your C# code running inside Unity, and you have Twitch libraries inside there that do things like react to channel point redeems, or maybe post things in the chat, or react to chat messages, or stuff like that. No. So I would love to have a larger a larger eraser. So let's see, I'm going to just do that instead. Shapes. I don't want to select a shape. I want to draw a shape. Fill. Solid color. Outline. No outline. That'll do. So instead, what I have is bot software. So pick whatever Twitch bot that you want. For me, it's one called Streamer .bot, which, despite it sounding like a Control Z undoes. Despite sounding like a website, is actually a piece of software that you run locally, and that's the thing that talks to Twitch's API. So Twitch Streamer.bot listens to things like channel point redeems, listens to chat messages, and it does other things like managing redeems being available, posting messages like the reminders and all that. So all the Twitch stuff, all the Twitch concerns, but also, if I decided to start streaming on YouTube or any other platform, Streamer.bot is the thing that takes care of all that for me. My Unity Lair knows nothing about Twitch. And what I'm running is a component, from the asset store. I think it was like $8 or $9. Let's see. So this network server, a REST server, which I can bring up this network server script. It's a lot of boilerplate code, but basically what it's doing is running a web server. Now I won't go into the full detail of what that means, but basically it lets me do this. So inside Streamer.bot to inside Unity, it can push information in over HTTP. So whenever you hit a website out on the internet, HTTP : / whatever, my Unity program is running a tiny web server of its own that I can actually go let's see, if I bring that over here. Wonder if I can somehow show it, because I'm not running. Let's see, 127. So if I go 127.0.0.1, which is your local computer always, v1 Gwillem Ball, just hit that. Bump. I reload it. Reload it. Reload it. Reload it. So the streamer software, Streamer.bot software, can send information in to my Unity thing that I've programmed in advance. This allows for basically what you just saw. I can also put buttons on my Stream Deck for various things, because Stream Deck has the ability to send out a small HTTP request. And for example, I can press a button and go, I can do things in Unity with HTTP as a control plane, I guess, control mechanism. Let's see. So how that actually is put together is, where's my bot software? There you are. Let's not show the users. Platforms. Yeah. So streamer.bot update available, blah, 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 whatever. So if I go to like platforms, Twitch and channel point rewards, we can see the rewards that are all on there. Some of them are paused or disabled at the moment. But you know, throw things, go into that and see the configuration for it. But the important part is like this description, the name, the color, and all this. So I don't have to manage any of this from Unity, right? And I don't have to go into the control panel inside Twitch itself to do all of this. I can give it an action. So on throw ball. So if I go over to actions, on throw ball, this has some sub actions in it, which will execute code. And the other stuff here is disabled, so break. So it's going to stop here, so you can ignore the rest of the stuff. Basically, I had this in here to play a sound before I had sound inside the layer. But if I open that up, we can see that there's more C# code. And there's probably going to be a lot of white screens today. I can't really help that. But this is C# code that I've put into streamer.bot myself. And basically it's saying, so that screen that I showed before, I loaded up the web browser. There's the same address. And basically all this means is whenever someone redeems throw ball or throw stuff, it runs this code, which does exactly what I just did before. 1 second. Yeah, this is all boilerplate code here to basically say, make sure that the response happens and you read it all. And it's kind of like memory management stuff, but it's basically saying, hit that address and return true. Like it's all just works. It's a stream to learn all the trade secrets. Exactly. Yeah, Keb, how's it going? We got a shout out for Keb Zero, please. So that's how things come together. The code that I was just showing you then is inside this streamer.bot here. So whenever a notification from Twitch comes in to say that a channel point reward has been redeemed, it runs that code, goes into Unity and does a thing over HTTP, and a ball hits me. Now, as for, like, I think that just about answers that, right? Really high level. I'll show the stuff inside Unity for that code, just in case anyone's looking into it themselves. So I go package manager, my assets, or ones are in project maybe. Yeah. Where are you? Huh, it's not showing there. Unless I just can't scroll through it properly. That's weird. Well, I don't know where it is. The name of the asset, I believe, is... It might just be REST server. This is code written by someone else. Oh yeah, over here. de.bero.rest server. However, you can find that on the store. But this starts up and manages a little web server inside Unity and takes care of all the all the like multi-threading and thread safe and memory management stuff that I would have to figure out myself. And it was well worth paying like 10 Australian dollars to refer a component that someone else has made to take care of all that. Hey, Kieran, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Kieran as well, please? An hour late. Well, only like 30 minutes into the actual diving into Unity stuff. That's the beach ball. So the way that this package works for running the web server is you have like an empty object that you put this REST server on, and then you attach your own extra behaviors, of which I've just called network server script. And I've done a thing that I'd probably not advise people do. And I basically put everything in one big file for dealing with network stuff. If you were working on a project that was shared by multiple people, like you would have this breaking out into many different little files and classes. But this is what's called a God class at the moment, a God controller. Hope there are comments. No, the comments are the names of things. Well, here we go. There's a couple of comments. Coding is all Greek to you. It still fascinates you. No, nice. Archie, hello. Hope there are comments. Yeah. So at this point, the web servers, like, well, in Unity, each of these behavior scripts have like the start and update functions that you can fill in, and Unity will call them on your behalf. And at this point, the web server is available to set up. Oh, there's the shiny one that people would have probably found if they were looking closely. So it's like all the Drake materials: black, blue, brown, demon, dither, glitch, green, pink, poison, red, rock, shiny, T-Rex, white, and zesty. Yeah, there's no other hidden ones at the moment. Let's see. So we can see here what we're doing. So server is the name of the web server. Register endpoint for each one of the commands that we set up in advance. You can see a bunch of them being set up. These are all things that the streamer.bot software can call on behalf of Twitch, basically. So I just put in a status command so that I can hit it with a web browser and it sends back an OK, a really basic thing. Toggle capture, this happens when I hit it with my Stream Deck. That's that. Cleanup is my Thanos snap. Ball is the throw stuff. Color is the color redeem. Or there's two of them for some reason. Oh, right. Get and post. Yeah. I made a... Yeah. I won't bother going into the explanation as to why that is. +1 for a DOI color. Yeah, I do need... Maybe I can make one today to show how it's done, because DOI's color scheme is fairly... I don't want to say basic. Fairly clean. Copyable. A knit record player is something that I always call when I first start up the stream to show that waiting for chat to start stream thing, because it starts up playing by default, so that if I ever need to reboot the stream, I don't have to go through all that. Start record player is what happens in when someone uses that redeem that start the stream already. This one on start the stream already does execute code and does the same thing. So it starts the Unity record by calling that start record player, but also something I might have to show a little bit of later. It also hits the play button on Foobar. So it's like start record player and play the music as well. So Foobar has its own like API you can hit to do things. Yeah. So reflective. Still very sweepy as to disappear due to falling back to sleep. Ah, nice. Foobar is a music player. Foobar 2000. So open source, I think, or at least free on Windows. Just happens to have the nice combination of components that I can add into it to do stuff that I need to do, and like including like output text down the bottom left, and have that player API there. Actually, if I go to that, let's see. Show it here. So I can actually go to a web page. See, localhost 20,082, and this is like music that's playing right now. And all I'm doing with the streamer.bot is when that button is pressed, it's going in and faking doing this. Unpause. But this is one of the upsides of doing things with HTTP servers, because there's so many things support HTTP, like from the Stream Deck, from the streamer.bot to just web browsers to webhooks type stuff. That it's it offers a lot of flexibility. And for example, I am thinking about doing some YouTube streams just to get a bit of experience with it. I won't have to build in any like YouTube support into the Unity app that I'm running, because platforms, YouTube, it's not set up yet, but yeah, I can, whenever interactivity stuff comes to YouTube, I can just build it in the bot and keep piping information out into the Unity software. Let's see. So I think I covered that part, right? How do you get the point redeems to affect things in the environment? Maybe I can go into some of the specifics of some of those redeems, like what actually happens, like when you spawn a little one of the kobolds, or when a raid comes in, it sets a raid texture and videos playing, water up and down, camera up and down, stuff like that. So I'll mark that as done. How many apps do I have open? Let's see. All right. Everything off one PC or multiple PCs? If multiple, just how's that work? Just one PC at the moment. Yeah, when you throw balls, hey, friendly white. Just one PC at the moment, but one of the great things about the setup that I have is that it's compatible with a multi-PC setup. Let's see. So what I'll do is I'll make a note of... All right. So just how many apps do I have open? That's a good question. So I have Unity itself, not the editor, but my like published version. So not this thing. I don't have this open when I'm streaming. I go like file, build, and create a version that runs on its own. Then I'll usually have Discord. I'll have several browsers open, just several windows of Firefox open. So that's 3. I'll have the streamer.bot software, so that's 4. I'll have the music player, that's 5. I'll have some software that drives the spectrometer partly, so that's 6. And I'll have OBS, 7. And then I'll have the game itself, usually 8. I can't think of anything else unless it's anything else. Like there's obviously some things that are running constantly, like in the system tray, like the Stream Deck software. It's 9, Steam, 10. System support stuff like NVIDIA, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, around 8, 9, 10 pieces of software for streaming typically. Hey Seamus, how's it going? I am not lickable. No licks, please. So yeah, how many apps do I have open? That's quite a few. I'd say that's pretty typical of a streamer though. I was also running some text-to-speech stuff earlier, but I don't run that anymore. I just let Stream Elements take care of that. Hey Kofu, how's it going? Coding stream, yeah. Well, we're showing off some of them. Some of the code stuff. All right, so to answer the like multiple PCs thing, I should probably show how it started out and how some of it has it evolved. So let me start up a new paint window and get that background to not white. So it's not quite so glary. How to see, how to explain. So we'll start off again with OBS. Because basically this is all possible to do with software, but I'm using some hardware. But I started out with the software approach to begin with. So there's OBS, there's Unity. Actually, I'll just call it the Lair, because some of the games might be Unity based, so it might get a bit confusing. Then there's the game, whatever game is being played. Now, so the goal with this setup is to get, let's see, I guess just for comparison, what I'll probably say is that, for example, Doig Swift's setup, they would take the game or whatever they're playing into OBS via either a screen capture or a game capture, and then they would capture their overlay as well, but they would get layered on top of each other. And like the Lair, to use like their setup as an example, might have a virtual green screen. Although they use purple, I think. And when that gets into OBS, that green gets chroma keyed out so you can see the game behind it. You know, like there, but it would get deleted and then you would see the game. But you'd also see like Lair stuff in front of it all. The problem is with that approach, like it works great if you're not, let's see, how to best phrase it. Like if you aren't very dynamic when you're got your content up, like Doig Swift have that sort of setup when they are on their art screen and they're kind of standing here all the time and over here, and the camera's not moving around so much or at all really. Yeah, the green screen stays static. So if the cameras were to move around, like if I select that, like that, move around, whatever, it would show and hide different parts of the game. So I wanted to like evolve that a bit. And the first thing that I found was to, what's it called? So there's a piece of software called Spout. And I'll just like, you know, how to designate that? I'll just circle it, because this is like a thing that you install and it's becomes part of Windows. Kind of like a pipeline or a library on Windows that allows for sharing of textures between 3D applications. And it has all sorts of plugins for OBS, so just like S and Unity. But of course, if a game, you know, you're just playing someone else's game, they don't have like Spout support built into the game. So you need, there's like a Spout capture program that you can get capture. No, that's, yeah. That basically does this, like you tell it to capture a game that you're running, and it will suck in the game view into the spout pipeline and allow you to show it like potentially inside OBS, you know, like that. That green's actually really hard to see, isn't it? That's a bit better. So you could show the spout output inside OBS, or you could bring it into Unity as a texture, like on the wall there. And that's exactly what I'm doing. So I'll do like a, you know, view like that. And then because I've pulled in the spout libraries into the Lair, I don't actually need, or I didn't actually need this capture stuff, because you can imagine like, oh, I'm capturing that, and then I'd go there, and then I'd need to capture that again to bring it into OBS. But you can actually go directly like this. And then, you know, you get the combined view of the Lair plus the game. Because it's basically capturing the Lair, but the Lair is also capturing the game. And then that goes out, you know, to Twitch. Audio stuff happens differently, but the trickiest thing to get right is video in this regards. Jim for White, hey, how's it going? It's fun learning that a star that shines green is physically impossible. Oh, interesting. Are you moving your character with motion, or is it suit tracking? Yeah, definitely not suit tracking. But I'll show, that might be one of the questions. There we go. One PC, but how many monitors? I have 3 monitors, and I'll show a bit more on that with the next evolution. So the problem with this setup, for me at least, is that I couldn't get it working smoothly at 60 frames per second. So it's outright a texture that is constantly updated, or more of a special material. It's a texture. You, in Unity, like, it's called DX shared texture or something like DX. Yeah. It's a feature of DirectX called shared textures, also OpenGL as well. I can probably bring up spout settings. Like here, yeah, spout settings, dialog, buffers, auto shares, CPU share, frame counts, blah 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 blah. You can just go Googling for Spout 2, and you'll find a website where you can download most of this from. And then you'll have like a capture software that you can find. I can't remember the name of, I'm afraid. And then inside Unity, there will be packages for Spout somewhere. Oh, I can't remember. In project. Oh yeah, Clack Spout. So if you search for Clack Spout, you'll find the package that you need for Unity. If I go back to the scene, and it's disabled for me because I don't use it at the moment, but here's the Spout controller. How's a glitch texture work? It's a good question. There we go. So in here I have a Spout receiver that has a target texture. So anything coming in over Spout goes to this game capture render texture, and you just add that texture to a material and put the material on whatever you want in the world. So that's a really good, cheap way to get started with this kind of setup, because it's all free. Even the plugins for OBS and the components for Unity, all free. The Spout software itself, free. Although it can be a bit tricky to find some of the stuff, and unfortunately, since I don't use it anymore, I don't have links to provide. But one of the ones, if I Win32 capture sample, I might try and find GitHub Spout 2. Because this one, build. So I'm just looking at stuff off screen for the moment. There's this, I think. Yeah. So in the GitHub repository for Spout stuff, which is Lead Edge, this person. So you go into their repositories and you find Win32 capture sample. And you can download a release of this, I think, from releases over here. Yeah. So they've basically taken a game window screen bit of capture software and they've added their Spout support into it. And this is what I used for the longest time. I can probably bring it up still. Yeah, Win32 capture sample. Just looks like this. So you can pick a window or pick a display and it will start capturing under a given Spout name. And then in Unity, for example, you can see over here, like source name, Win32 capture sample. And then whatever you have selected to capture via that program will be available as a texture in Unity, which you then add to a material and you put the material on the wall or on anything or on me, which is how the glitch texture works. So I might come back to that specifically though. How did you make the dragon model asset so cute by just adding voice and personality to it? That's a very subjective question, but I guess we'll cover that by how the controller stuff works, right? Hey, Wiedengart, how's it going? But yeah, becoming used to, essentially puppeting a model is part of the, you bring your own charm to it, right? I thank you for the follow, by the way. Really see that on mouse moved avatars. Yep. So we'll get to the controller stuff then. So, all right. So the next evolution for stuff. So yeah. So the problem that I had personally with this sort of setup, and it doesn't seem like everyone suffers from this, but even without all this complexity in place, if I was going directly from the game, like into OBS, like doing this kind of capture, I would see frame doubling every now and then, or pauses. So frame timing issues that I just couldn't get rid of. So it would run at like 60 frames a second, and then every now and then there'd be like a blip, blip, blip. And it was mostly visible on games that had like smooth side-scrolling 2D stuff. And you can see it, like once you start to see it in your own stream, you can see it in other people's streams, so you know that it's not just you. Not every, but it doesn't seem to be everyone. And the same problem was there doing the Spout capturing. So you'd get these frame timing issues here and here. And since I'm going like capture once and then capture twice, it would double up and be really annoying. So there'd be like 60 FPS frame timing issues on the thing showing here, but also in the capture into OBS. So you'd see them both compounded. And if you you happen to be able to see some of the earlier streams of mine before I started using a capture card, which I don't know if they're available as highlights anymore. And you watch, I think particularly during when I played Wonder Boy, it'd be like side scrolling across the screen and then bup, 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 bup. And it pissed me off to no end because I'm a perfectionist like that. And I wanted to know, I mean, just looking at this setup, you can tell it's not compatible with multiple computers,
I am a great
right?
magician.
Paint glitch. Yeah. Because this is all running on one computer. All of this is like in memory shared between programs. There is some other software called NDI that you can use to go like between computers. NDI. But I've never tried that because I haven't had a second computer to use. I know that DoigSwift use NDI to get stuff from Swifty's computer over onto the stream machine that Doig is running. But I also know that they only run their stream at 30 FPS. Hello up there. They only run their stream at 30 FPS, so you don't notice it. But I had the same frame timing issues with NDI, just trying it out locally. But yeah, could never try it between two computers, so who knows. So the next evolution of that for me is undo. I'll leave this as it is, maybe. Bring that back. Yeah, whatever. Now, can I modify this to actually show what's happening? Hey, welcome back. Was petting Kitty on the couch while you explained all that of the texture. Had no idea before that DirectX and OpenGL had those features. Yeah. So there's a feature on Mac as well called, because Spout was like a port of something that Mac supported. And I'm just going to go look it up because that's going to bother me now. Siphon. Yeah, so there's some software on Mac that you can use that does the same thing called Siphon, but I've got no experience with it because I don't use Mac stuff at home. I use a Mac for work, but yeah, I'm not bringing that into my streaming setup. Now then, maybe I'll just copy all this. Paint. Start up a new paint. Paste that. Get rid of that and that. Because the concept is fairly similar, but I'm using a capture card now instead of Spout. I'm going to end up erasing most of this actually. So, but I'm enjoying myself, and I hope you are too. Hope you're all enjoying stuff so far. We will actually at the very end of the stream, or rather at the very end of this segment, because we might, once we're done going through the Lair stuff, we might find some time to maybe play a little bit of games or something like that. But I will be showing a sneak peek for everyone that hangs around or watches the VOD. I'll be showing some concept art of new me. So stick around for that. Yeah. Stuff that I paid very talented artist for, which is still in progress, but I'm happy to show the bust sketch. So yeah. Carped. Yeah. So how best to represent this? I actually do think I just want to start from scratch and all this now. Because I want to show how the I think it's important to show at this point the monitors, because I'm going to outline how the graphics card and capture card come into play. So yeah, so I have 3 monitors set up like this. I have whatever game that I'm playing or what I'm looking at over here. Nudes, tasteful nudes, head up nude, yeah, or shoulders up nude. Stream, I'll leave out the A, I'll just say stream. Stream manager, chat, etc. And OBS. All right. Out of water, yeah, we'll be soon too. Paying artists, amazing, yeah. All right, so let's see, how is this best shown? So we have the GPU and the capture card. Cap card. And I'm using an Ava Media name escapes me now. Ava Media Live Capture Duo. Hey Bods, how's it going? We got a shout out for Bodster, please. Yeah, my clothes are shiny. It looks like GPV, but it's GPU. Now the GPU has, technically it's got 5 outputs, but you can only use 4 of them at a time. So these are the monitor outputs. So I have one going to that monitor for OBS, one going to that monitor for the stream, and then I've got one going into the capture card, because this has got 2 inputs, but it's also got a pass-through output for anything coming in on this first input. So like that. All right. So this is how I'm getting my game view. So any game that I'm playing goes out here, goes through the capture card and into the monitor for me to see. Now this is also made available to software, of course, because that's the point of a capture card, right? There. So you can probably guess what's happening next. The Lair, which we showed before. Now Unity has a webcam component that you can use to bring in webcam stuff, and also works with many capture cards. So you can bring it in. Is that readable? I might use a different color. Let's go orange. Webcam. Webcam. And that's basically doing the same thing as the spout texture stuff that I mentioned before. So it's taking the video feed from the capture card and rendering it to a texture, which you then just put on a material. Like this is happening right now as we speak. Like that thing on the wall is coming in via capture card. So I'm watching it on this monitor here, but it's also made available in the Lair. Now, unfortunately, that standard webcam component seems to suffer frame timing issues as well that were unfixable. No matter what settings that I was using, couldn't really get over about 30 to 40 frames per second inside the Lair from this feed. But thankfully, but also reluctantly, I found a thing on the Unity Asset Store that solved that. And I don't really want to say how much it cost me because it's an embarrassing amount. But you can look it up yourself. It's like AV Pro Live something. But you know, when something works, it's kind of worth it. As long as it's not going to bankrupt you, and it didn't. But it cost way more than what most Unity assets cost. Yeah, Indy, hey, how's it going? So instead of webcam stuff, it's actually AV Pro. And that, you know, allows that, then brings the capture coming out of that all the way down into here and into here. And then, it's a good color. The Lair is on a, like this output here. Let's go. Yep. So this last usable output of my GPU, AV Pro Live camera Unity plugin. I mean, that sounds right. There you go. AV Pro Live camera controller. Yeah, live camera something. So it's meant for bringing like high resolution, high refresh rate cameras into Unity, and it works for my case. But yeah, old ping tuber. Hey, why not? Let's see. Have I set that up? No, I haven't. So sidebar, if you just want to get started with VTuber stuff, here's software called VideoTube Mini. And all you need is like 2 or 3 images, 1, 2, 3, or 4. And there you go, you can get started with it. You just capture it in OBS. You can like capture it with transparency. And all I do is have it on a thing in my Stream Deck to show it or hide it and put a timer on it. Done. There we go. VideoTube looks so bad right now. Yeah. Well, we just get started, right? There we go. So you all get subjected to my old PingTuber for half an hour, courtesy of the Creaty. All right, so yeah, whatever game I'm playing at the moment, you know, which happens to be Unity right now, would be rendered through the GPU, you know, and out through there. This is bad layout, but who cares? The Lair is, so I've got a cable running from that last GPU output into the second input of that capture card, which has no pass-through. And it's specifically made for like 1080p, 60 FPS stuff. So the Lair is rendered into there, which by rendered I mean is just I have the Lair, so I can actually go over to it. So this is on its own monitor, and Alt Enter. It's no longer tab. So there's the Lair, just full screened on a monitor that is plugged in to like a monitor output that's plugged into the capture card. So Windows thinks it's a monitor. And change color there. So that like Lair output going through there all the way through here. is made available as a second camera output, which, you know, I could bring back into the Lair, I suppose, for some weird hall mirrors effect. But that, all I do is then, you know, bring that to, actually, no, it's not out that way. So OBS, you know, OBS running here. And these are monitors, so they make it look like little monitor stands. Different color, I suppose. Blue. Yep. And yeah, so it comes into OBS and does exactly what I was showing before. It basically it's just monitor capturing. It's just bringing in the output of the capture card into OBS. And that finally goes out, you know, through the GPU to the monitor that I can see things happening, and goes out to Twitch. And if this looks messy, yes, you should see behind my computer. I'm not taking a photo of it to show you, but yeah. The Real Salties, hey, welcome on in. Pink Jibber reminds me of a children's television show, not a specific, just something about it. It seems it would fit into a kid's show, right? And kind of cute and whimsical, yeah. New to game development, hey, me too. Yeah, so this is we're not actually developing a game today. We're showing off the streaming environment that I use that is built in Unity. So this is the room that I typically occupy while streaming. We can get like a view of it here. Yeah. So there's the editor view of this room while I'm actually running around it in the, you know, the built view, the built version of it. Yeah. Yeah. But I think that answers the question of, so we showed the evolution of how it works, and multi-computer stuff. Like, so this is all running on the one computer, but because of this capture card, you could imagine, so let's get rid of the game. Need a larger eraser in this thing, so let's remove that line. That was how the game's being rendered. So all of this is on one computer, right? You can probably imagine what the next thing is. Like, let's just put a line here. So PC 1, PC 2, game with its own GPU. That's a bad square. GPU. All it would really take is running the output of that into there. And then some other shenanigans with sound stuff, getting the sound out of there as well. But this will be like the next thing that, if I spend money on the stream, will be to set up a second computer, or, you know, upgrade the main computer and have the leftovers for a streaming PC. So I have OBS and the Lair all on its own thing, and even like the pass through happens like that, you know. So I'd be able to see the output of the gaming computer on that monitor again, without having to change anything. So that's why I was happy to go down the capture card path, because not only did it fix up the frame rate issues, so I've got always have a perfectly smooth 60 frames a second now. It's also forward compatible to whenever I want to, you know, and get a second PC set up, which inevitably happens when you upgrade things every now and then, right? You get a as long as the parts are still working, you end up with leftover parts. You can cobble together a second PC. But yeah. Were you very familiar with Unity before doing all this, or did you learn it all while you were trying to create it? I learned. Yeah. I'd never really used Unity before. Yeah, I can't think of anything that I've done in Unity like that was beyond just opening the editor and playing around with some things. And yeah. But I am familiar with coding, quite familiar, even though I'm not an expert at C#. Like all this Java-like stuff is very familiar to me, so I had no problem with the code, which I think was a real leg up for the sort of stuff that I wanted to do. Yeah. Walks in on MS Paint's diagrams, yeah. Yeah, is this a Gwillem stream or a Pirate Software stream? Hey, Izzy, how's it going? All right, so that is how, and I guess I'll just show the live camera stuff. I won't go into the detail of this, but there's all sorts of things in here that have to be selected, like the resolution. So it's like a 1920 by 1080 texture, and the color format, the frame rate, the material that it goes to, and then I just put the material on, like you see that white texture behind the screen. That material goes on there. And as for how the glitch texture works, so let me see. Can I select that? Yeah, so this is using the material called Capture Projector, which is, it's under Resources. Yeah, Capture Projector, which is just white at the moment because the game's not running in this editor. How the glitch texture works is like that. So I can change all of these. You know, you can drag whatever texture, whatever material you want onto anything. It's like this, like that. If I can select it and manipulate it at the moment, then I can drag textures onto it. Shiny. Water, which doesn't work that well. I was hoping to turn myself into water on hydrate, which I might still try and do. James Webb Telescope is just a texture, so it's not a material. But yeah. So in the code, if I go, yeah, water doesn't work. What was it? Glitch. Yeah, so I have a list of valid materials here, and it will load the resource up, you know, called Capture Projector, and assign it to that list of valid materials. So Drake materials is a list, which is string to material, basically. And somewhere down here, Drake material names. Yeah, set Drake material by color name, and I just refer to it as Drake because that's what the model from the Unity asset store was called. It's like Drake something. Yeah, it just changes the material on the body and the horns and the wings to the new selected material. So glitch is one of those. And it's not doing anything other than sharing that material onto the model. So it's not like there's anything that I'm doing to copy the texture from there to there, apart from placing it on the model, and all the mapping that's already in place is doing the rest of the glitch stuff. So yeah, that is how the glitch skin works. Or the glitch clothing option. Just got home from having lunch at your mum's. Hey, nice. Feel like I could do with some ice cream as a dessert. Hey, Grant, how's it going? A shout out for Grant, please. Thor isn't here, and I'm not wearing a hot dog costume yet. So it's not a Hippo stream either. What was next in terms of questions asked? All right, so how the character controlling works. So we got the glitch texture. There we go. Now the character controlling. There's a lot to unpack in that question. Miss so much, yeah. This is a VOD, you know. So we're going to be going for an hour and a half. Maybe actually I'll take a quick break. We have been coming up on 2 hours, so I could use a refresh and walk around and refill a bottle and stuff like that. So before I dive into this subject about how the control scheme works, I'm going to take a quick break, just a few minutes. So don't go nowheres. And if there's anything that you need to do, now's the time to do it. So actually, maybe I'll leave it up on the screen so people know what's going on. And I'll add some time to that ping tuber redeem as well. But I'll just be here with the BRB thing up, and we'll just call it a few minutes. All right. See you shortly. Yeah, hope to see you shortly.
I am a great magician.
Okay. Took a little longer than I thought, but yeah, sorry about that. Thank you for sticking around, though. And yay, Indy, welcome on in. Yeah, my clothes are demon. I'll make sure to leave the old ping tuber up for a few more minutes once its timer runs out. Yeah, I just wanted to get a snack as well. I was feeling a bit peckish. Yeah. Now I might skip this song because it's going to be a bit much to talk through. As much as I like it when games are being played. There we go. That's better. You're welcome or something, yeah. All right. So we were going to talk about controller stuff. Now, I'll start out by saying that Unity has a couple of control systems, and I'm using one that is called like the new controller system, and I cannot for the life of me remember how its UI works. So, also, you're probably going to see some really horrible code now. So pay no attention to how I've structured code, especially if you're ever working on something that is going to be used by more than one person. You should be way more organized than I am. Hey, Renee, how's it going? Late for class? Yeah, yeah, there will be a test. Now I'm just trying to remember where all this stuff is. So I'm basically using a thing that comes with starter assets for Unity. Like when you start up a new project and you select 3D, like starter project or sample project, you get this third person controller. Yeah, do as I say, not as I do. Yep, pretty much. And a lot of this I don't really understand, but I've modified quite a bit of. Like this would have been this namespace starter assets and third person controller class comes with the Unity sample. But I've added in some things like, so jumping stuff is all in there. It's like player grounded, all this sort of stuff in there, Cinemachine. But I've added in, look idle stuff. These are just variables, camera management. And then again, this is all like stuff from the code that is provided with the sample. And sorry, I'm jumping around a bit, and I realize that. Except you start to get to the stuff that I've added in, which anyone else more experienced in Unity and Blender and animations would probably make things like animations in like animation controllers and clips and stuff like that in Unity for doing things like raising an arm, or like that, or like that. But that's not what I've done. You can see on screen references to all sorts of bones. Head bones, neck, upper chest, left shoulder, like left everything, right everything. And I get all those references, I get bone transforms. Index finger, index indeterminate, index distal, like all the individual bones of the hands and fingers that the model that I'm using has. And I directly manipulate them like this. Yeah. Based on trigger movement of the of the controller. Yes, I know this is bad, but the animation system in Unity is fucking horrible to learn as well. So give me a break. Now, that's not what I've used for the mouth movement, which is actually using the animation system. But I'm glad that I actually went with that, like controlling everything by manipulating the skeleton, because it's just made it so much more. I've been able to have a lot more control, I feel, like over the mathematics involved of moving around and moving and moving stuff. No, don't. Well, yeah. Well, as we get into it, we'll probably see what at least the benefits have been, even though it's not the recommended approach. Like doing what I've ended up doing has, I imagine it would have been difficult to do using the animation system alone. And I still don't understand all the different things that come together to make animation work in Unity. But I'll try and show at least how I'm doing. Yeah, how many bones are in the typical Derg? Hell if I know. I had a bit of a sore throat this week, so I'm still a bit lingering from that. I'm just trying to make sure that I drink instead of clear throat. So there is an animator on this, and the animator has a controller, and the avatar for that animator is the that is the Drake avatar. And a lot of this is really incomprehensible to me. Like, I understand that there are layers in animation and how they work. But I tried to set up like animations to kind of overwrite or like additive relative changes, and it proved to be beyond my ability to do. It doesn't help that the model that I have it has all its animations baked in, so I don't have access to the original skeleton stuff, so I can't easily make new animations. It just, because I knew the code and I saw that the bones were available to me, I kind of just dove in and start plugging controller inputs into bone movements. I thought I heard a wobble in the force of the animators on Twitch. Yeah. And also that you need to buy 1 or 2 plugins from the asset store if you want to do basic animation stuff on Unity. Right. So anyway, base layer, wings, and tail came with the model, and I don't even know how I show a preview of this crap. Animator stuff, it just I need to watch like a bunch of tutorials. Ow, by the way. Super weird about my model, the animations being baked in and not having that easy access to the armature. Yeah, well, yeah. It's basically a commercially available model, and I guess they didn't want to license it for any other uses, so they didn't provide the original skeleton. I don't know if I can show it easily. It might be a bit of a distraction, but I can show you what I mean. So that anyone who's a 3D modeler here will know kind of the limitations of stuff that I've been working with. Because if I made my own model or I had it made for me, I would have had everything that I would have needed to make new animations. But if I wanted to make, so I'm just looking off screen at the moment. If I wanted to make this new animations for this, I'd probably have to re-rig it, which I didn't really want to do. Assets, models. No, it's in a package. It's not poly perfect. Where is it? Malba's animations, dragons, Drake, models. Yeah, so all I have are FBX files. I can open that in Blender at least. It's opening Blender, but it always opens on the wrong screen, so give me a second. But let me open it off screen anyway. Recent models. I probably want to import it, right? Import. Yeah, so let's get rid of all the default stuff. Go import. Sorry, I just don't want to show this on screen in case it shows any private stuff as I'm browsing through files. There we go. Okay. So this is all I have. I have this I have to retrain my brain back to Blender stuff. It's like there is some skeleton stuff there, but there's no IK and FK stuff, I think. That's all been kind of baked out. The animations are there in other files, and maybe if I knew no controllers, yeah. Maybe if I knew like Blender inside and out, I could actually add some custom animations. But the best I've been able to do is take some like standard animations from Unity and apply them to this, which is how I'm getting like the idle, well, not the idle, but how I'm getting like the casual walking animations and stuff like that. So yeah, so I'm doing the best with what I have. I think you could probably redo all of this. Like here's, you know, the all the geometry is there, and all the texture UV mapping is all there. It's just not loaded in. And all the bones are there. I don't know if the weight painting is still there. I don't know how to even get to that anymore. So yeah, it's probably all weight painted fine, but it was a lot for me to learn to try and achieve the little things that I wanted, like moving jaw and moving arms, when I could see a path forward. really, Buttspot? You're going to pick up on what I said? Go away. When I could see a path forward using code, and I was able to figure it out and just like brute force the code approach. All those normals are so flat, if you say so. Coding is the main thing that intimidates me from attempting to 3D rig. Oh, really? Get really very frustrated when I don't understand something, right? So yeah, I'm not sure if I'm using the right terminology when I say that everything's baked in, but I certainly don't have access to the original Blender file. All I have is the output FBXs and the materials. So yeah. Now so I have just grab the bones and directly wiggle it around. Like that's exactly what I'm doing, just in code. Now I don't know how to show it, but basically the way that the talking animation works is, can I layer this? Will that change that? No. I don't know how to make what I'm doing here affect the model on screen. If anyone knows how to do that, please let me know. I used to know how to do it, but then I'd forgotten, maybe. Although I might have to do it while it's playing, maybe. Might need to play, yeah. Oop. Oh yeah, so you can kind of see it there. Now I won't be able to drag and drop it, or I won't be able to put it in place, but hang on a sec. Yeah, so it's going to keep dragging it back because the C# code keeps trying to put it back to zero on silence. But you can see, based on the loudness of my microphone, it's applying this layer or unapplying it, depending on what's happening. I just wish that I could show it without the game running, but I don't think I can. But all this is doing is taking some random animation that I've found and dragged it in, it's a walking animation. And it happened to be when you run this walking animation on this model, it walks along like I'm doing here, and the head kind of moves around and the mouth is wide open. So when I blend that layer in, I get like some head movement and some mouth movement going, which makes it look like, given that I'm just kind of flapping the layer open and closed, it's like a really like effective way of just showing speech. Given that I don't have access to all the fancy blend shapes for like different mouth, like AE, IOU, etc. That if I was to make my own model, that would all be counted in. Let me get rid of that ping tuber. The Visemes, yes, yeah, thank you. Or Visemes. Remove those pesky bones and become jellyfish, yeah. Seriously, Animata streaming looks so fun, but the coding required is super intimidating. Getting this behind the scenes peek is so fascinating though. Oh no. Well, I hope this makes it at least a little bit less intimidating, maybe. The code that I know I've jumped through the code quite quickly, and I don't know how to show it from start to finish, because I mean, my setup, I wouldn't even advise anyone try and replicate my setup. You'll Pisces Encrypted, you'll probably want to wait for Doig Swift's tutorial, which they'll show the coding that is necessary for the tutorial, so you might be able to pick it up. Hey GC Builder, how's it going? the water's around, the water's below the lair. We can show how that works later. Is that something you want to know about? So I'm a walkie-talkie, kind of, yeah. But yeah, code-wise, so microphone stuff is on its own thing, thankfully. Like I had the foresight to actually add a microphone controller. Here we go. So microphone input controller, microphone input script. Here, it's got its own thing. Cool. So like, how does water stuff work? Cool. We'll get to that in a bit. I'm happy to show that. Yeah. So the microphone input script. This one, I don't know if it's just me, but I had problems with the microphones. Like I didn't use a third-party component for this. I coded this up directly. This is going to be somewhat specific to my setup, and for some reason I've also put blinking, the blinking that I do in into this file. So, but basically, when it starts up, start the microphone capture. Grab the animator that I was showing before, but also grab the eyelids. Grab the eyelids. That's what's happening here. So left lid upper and left lid bottom, and right lid upper and right lid bottom. So they'll come in useful later, but on every frame, update the mouth and update the blink. Yeah. So we'll skip over the blinking stuff. So on every frame, it attempts to update the animation layer of the mouth that I showed you before. Doesn't seem like best OOP practice. It is definitely not. Imagine the water has a flat mesh. Hey, close. I mean, close. So we'll come back to that. There's some code in here that I took from like the Unity forums that I don't quite understand. Mainly here, there's a call to the thing called level max, which we're down here. We can see this is the level max function that basically takes the last however many samples from the microphone, which is, I think, is 128 samples, with some error handling here. So every now and then, like I said, the microphone stuff would break down. It would return zeros for this all the time. So I had to start it. I had to add in some code to stop the microphone and restart it. So I turn it off and on again, which seemed to usually happen when I changed sound devices in Windows somehow. Unity wouldn't automatically restart the microphone capture. It would just break. And then it goes back over those samples that it just took from the microphone, from one to, sample window, goes over all of them, does some multiplication on them, and to determine the maximum peak of that wave. I don't know what it's really referring to, but it's a number that represents how loud the volume coming in over the microphone is. And we go back to where that was called originally, and again, this is code that I don't really understand, but it translates this using some log10 calls and some clamping of values to a loudness in decibels. So negative 64 is the lowest decibel value in the system, I think, and 0 is the highest, which sounds a bit weird until you understand a bit more of how decibels kind of work, at least in computers. Like you kind of have a line level at 0, and you're attenuating all the other sounds down below that, and then once the sound gets out of your computer into like an analog space, it's being amplified up above that. Code you don't quite understand sounds like the 3 MVVM scripts that make all the WPF stuff. I used to have work. I've used work. WPF. MVVM. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like all stuff that I have no idea about. But if I were to just map that loudness directly to an animation layer weight, it would look really snappy. I don't know if I can demonstrate that. I might be able to. Let's get rid of that over there. So let's play again. All right. So you can see me talking in both scenes there, which is probably good. All right. So let's stop that. So there's some smoothing happening in here, which if I just trying to think if I can disable that somehow. So the layer weight, smooth weight, old weight, new weight. Yeah, so if instead of stopping there, what if I just set it back to, so the new weight. So instead of caring about that result of that smooth weight calculation, which I'm just going to leave in there for now, I'll just set it directly to what the new animation layer weight should be. So it's going to recompile. I'll play. Yeah, so you can do a comparison between me and the model there. See how like snappy and jittery it is? Because it's just like every frame is going directly to the loudness level of the microphone. And that's what I started out with, but it's quite unnatural looking. Crotch shot. But all this stuff here is taking what is the current weight of the layer from the result of the previous frame and what the new one is calculated to be, and then adding in some smoothing over time using some of the math functions that Unity provides. So smooth damp. And basically I have 2 different smooth timings that I use. So if the new weight, so the heavier the weight, the louder the volume, which means that if the new weight is greater than the old weight, I'm in the process of like opening my mouth. So that's the time to smooth across is only like half a second because you want to go like open quickly, right? Smooth damp is the function applied to your brain. But when the new weight or the new loudness is lower than the current loudness, that is, I've basically stopped talking, it eases close over 4 seconds instead of half a second. So it gives this like reactive, like talk, stop, talk, relax kind of thing, which because of the time smoothing happening, it is a tiny bit delayed, you know, but that's the way that I've been able to code in some approximation of what like mouth tracking stuff might be doing through, you know, if it was just directly with a webcam looking at the shape of my mouth. Yeah, it turns it from being like robotic jittery stuff into applying that like smoothing that layer over time. Save that, go back in here. And I'm not going into like the exact code, like stepping, because anyone who's interested in this sort of code can just come back to the VOD and pause and read it. play that, you can see like even on the talkie layer, like open, 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 close, open, 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 close. You can see that effect happening where it smooths out. Yeah. So ba 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 bum bum. Nope. That's pretty neat. Oh, thank you. Yeah. So there's nothing else there. This was some old code, instant open, gradual close, which is kind of what I was going through here. I went through some different iterations and just trial and errored my way to finding a setup that was nice for me. And that's all done using the animation layer of Unity. Like it's just blending in the talk animation, which is actually just a walk frame instead of a talk. It just happens to be that the mouth is wide open in that animation. So yeah, that is the microphone to mouth movement stuff. And I'll scroll through this again. Oh yeah, the start and end microphone stuff that other people might find that they need. Basically, whenever the microphone seems to break down, I just do that end and start again. But I also found that the microphone wasn't always available again straight away. Hell if I know why. But I added in just a loop to try and get that position from the microphone over and over again. And it just loops over it like a million times until it gets it. And this is a safety measure. So instead of looping indefinitely, it'll throw an exception and say, hey, I waited a million times for the microphone to start. And sometimes, like if I go into the console here, yeah, it'll say it in here somewhere. Yeah, so I started microphone, USB audio codec. It took it 147,000 iterations of that loop for the microphone to actually be available. So I'm just hacking my way through some sort of race condition, which I could probably do by waiting for the next frame instead, but shrug. Yeah, many of us still use volume activation to different degrees on our face tracking rigs. Yeah, Nadie and I both do it. Yeah, have it set softer and more partial. Helps with not having that high frames on the webcam. Yeah. And someone's actually made a Vizemes thing for Unity, which is something I need to look into whenever I get a new model, which I can't use it for this. So instead of having to use VC Face or whatever, someone's made a thing in Unity that processes this sound data and tries to get out the different mouth shapes. I don't know if I have a link to that. Let me see. It's on the Animated Discord. I think. Oh, you got it? Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So you lip sync. Yeah, I need to have a look at that and try it for whenever I get my my custom model made either by myself or by someone else. Show it on screen. Yeah, so this Hakomi/U lip sync on GitHub. MFCC based lip sync plugin for Unity. So phoneme detection just from sound data instead of camera stuff, and somehow able to apply that. I think it applies to blend shapes. Yeah. So yeah, cool to be able to have all that inside Unity instead of having to run separate programs for things. Yeah, keep us posted, Pilgy, if you try it and it works for you. So I know most 3D VTubers tend to use Vizemes to different degrees too, from audio. Yeah. So even like VC shape, VC face, I think, will do it based on audio if it can't pick up your face. Can do blend shapes or textures. Right. Nice. All right. So that was the microphone. Now the controlling of the character in terms of moving around, I won't go into that much. Like the movement of this sort of stuff is literally the third person controller that comes with the so left thumbstick stuff and jumping, walking around is literally just the third person controller that comes with the starter assets with Unity. And I've just got it applied to this Drake polyart thing. There it is, the third person controller. But what's not covered with that is all the modifications that I've made to it to do right thumbstick stuff, to do this and triggers for this and camera stuff like this and that and zoom. And I feel like I'm going to skip over it, but basically I want to see if maybe I can show it somehow. Let's get rid of that animator thing. I need to find the input stuff, which is it really bugs me because it's hard to find. Player input, maybe. Open input settings. Yeah, so it's got a thing called the input system package. But there's a screen somewhere that has all the input settings for it, like the controller mapping, which I think might be an asset. Input system. Like, I am not a Unity expert. Input debug. No, input system. This might be it. It's like a input settings, starter assets inputs. That's the C# stuff. Input actions. There we go. This. All right. So input actions. My bot's getting a bit noisy. Anyway. Yeah, so all of these will be in there by default. Like most of these, like move, look, jump, sprint, skin toggle. Oh, I used to have that on a button. Select. Does it still do it? No. That doesn't do anything anymore. Switching between head. So, so move, look, vector 2, maybe at least move, jump, and sprint were all default. And I've added in other things like slowing time and D-pad stuff and arm raising and head tilting and the look stuff. So, yeah. Not a Unity expert, not with that attitude. Yeah, well. Don't ask me how this basically makes its way to the code. I'm sorry. I've kind of hacked the existing third-person controller. So here's the third-person controller code. You can probably look up tutorials on the new animation system the new input system in Unity to find out what you need to understand it. I just haven't done it myself yet. I'm just trying to find an example. I think it's all at the bottom. Nope. So this is a third-person controller. This is not the input controller. The input controller is actually here. Oh, this is what I was looking for before, the starter assets inputs, right? Now, where's the actual scripts for it? Well, I don't know how to get to it from that screen, but I know it's an asset down here. So starter asset inputs. Right. Yeah, how does that make its way to... Yeah, stop. But this is a controller script that's responsibility is for translating the input system inputs or the output of the input systems to I want to say publicly accessible data for other parts of your game to read from. And I don't know the setup here. I've just been copying pasting stuff. So the original code would have ended about here. So it's like on jump input, on interact input, on, and for each of the inputs that I need on my controller, I've just copied this, changed the names, and added new functions down the bottom that just take the float inputs and assign them. It's like left arm raise input float, which is the value from 0 to 1 of how far in the left trigger is pressed, and then it assigns it to left arm raise, which is actually public float left arm raise on the starter assets inputs. I'm sorry, this is really bad explanation, but it's part of the Unity stuff that I'm not that well familiar with yet. Yeah. But if we take that name, starter assets inputs, and go over to the third person controller, you see that there's a reference to it here, underscore input. And I believe if we look for reference to that, yeah. So when the third person controller starts up, it goes and grabs that input as a component so it can read the values. And, it makes sense to me from like an OOP or even domain driven development to have this layer between the controller and the input to do some translation, what might be called an anti-corruption layer or something like that. But it feels like overkill in this development environment. So anyway, suffice it to say, this underscore input contains a bunch of values on it that represent the current state of your controller. So at least the controls within the context of your game. So camera switch, camera toggle, D-pad down pressed, D-pad right pressed, stuff like that. Raise, yeah, so right arm raise, left arm raise. These are the game-centric inputs rather than the raw inputs of the controller itself. So yeah, if you're dealing with a bunch of different controllers, like you're making a real game, I can see much, more uses for having that translation layer. But for me, it's just kind of gets in the way, and I can't explain it that well. Hey Neej, how's it going? A shout out for Neej, please. So yeah, with all that, we return back to some code that I showed at the very beginning, which is my modified third-person controller actually goes, instead of using the animation system, it goes and finds all the bones on the model. So head bone, neck bone, chest bone, left shoulder, upper arm, lower arm, index finger bones, middle finger bones, right ring, little, and then all that again for the right hand side. And later on, there'll be code here that translates trigger movements and right thumbstick movements into manipulations of all these bones. Instead of me figuring out the animation system, this was more natural, especially given the model that I'm working with doesn't have all the stuff to make new animations that, at least as a newbie like me. No, this is C#. This is inside the Unity software that I use. So yeah. So late update, I think, animate. So here we start to look at a bunch of lines of code to do things like, so what I explained before with smoothing of the mouth movement, I do the same things with arm raising and look angles. So there's all a bunch of smoothing in here, doing a very similar thing. And that's so that I can do things like, so if I snap the controller right stick from left to right, to left to right, it doesn't immediately go. There is a slight smoothing that happens, and the smoothing is different depending on how far away the new destination is. So it actually lets me like do subtle looks like this that are fairly smooth, but then I can still go snap, snap, snap. The same thing with the arms. And if I didn't do any of that sort of smoothing at all, I wouldn't be able to hold a look like this, because it would constantly be going like that, because the controllers never sit perfectly still when you hold them. It's like a little a little margin of error, and I can remove all this smoothing and probably show you by example what I mean, but I'll try and step through it a bit. Shebus, hello, how's it going? Yeah, so in here, there's the head tilt mode. So when I hit my what is it? What button is it? R1 on the PlayStation controller, I think it changes from doing this puppy head tilt, like back to normal, like left, right, left, right. And the head tilt state there just chooses from two different bits of math to calculate the so the input look is the X and Y of the controller, and it's figuring out a destination like rotation to look at based on how far left or right or up or down I'm pushing the controller. So it's making the default look there is like it just maps X to X. So the vector 3 is three numbers of X, Y, Z. And it maps X to X and sets Y to nothing for some reason, because that's how the rotations work on the bones. And maps, yeah. So if I pull back, which will make Y go negative, it applies that to the Z-axis rotation like that, and X-axis rotation, and there's no Y-axis rotation, which would be twisting the head around, sort of like that. And then when I switch over to the puppy head tilt mode, it is applying X rotation at the same time as applying other ones. So it's actually like, so yeah, it took a lot of fiddling just to find those values, and I won't go into exactly why they work the way they do, because I can't remember. Hearing the teleporter theme for Risk of Rain 2 is giving you anxiety. It's good game. It's good game though. It's good music too. All right. So there's some detection in here for whether I'm idling or not, and idle is determined whether I've actually pressed an input. So if I leave myself, if I don't touch my controller for a little bit, you'll see what I mean. yeah, so I haven't touched the controller, but I still looked around a little bit. Because this is something that I added when I found that it was a bit weird that if I just was staring at this in the same direction the whole time. So I've added in basically, so if the current time is greater than when I should start idling, so the time has passed to start idling, the computer takes over and basically starts determining its own look destination. So it looks like I'm kind of looking around, and really it's just randomly picking some destination to look at from some limitations that I've given it. And I can, if the Unity game was running in over here, I'd actually be able to see. Actually, might be able to. Yeah, idle look destination. Idle look destination. It's like every 5 to 10 seconds or so, it'll look around at a different angle without me having to touch anything. The Rain, formerly known as Purple, is one of your favorite tracks in Risk of Rain 2. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? I don't think I have it in this playlist because I sometimes use it as an introduction. Oh no, it's in there. So I might hear it later. But yeah, so basically this is two branches of thought the computer has. One is to either take the destination that I am inferring with my controller input, like this. Yep. Or if it notices that I haven't been doing that for a little while, it picks its own. Then there's some smoothing that is done, which is slightly different based on whether it's idling or whether it's my controller input. And then it goes ahead and calculates what all the angles should be. And I'm struggling to understand all this code now, to relearn code that I wrote. Your favorite songs from Risk of Rain are both from the first one. Yes. Yeah, that's why I found that I liked more tracks from Risk of Rain 1 than 2. But there's some in 2 that I love just for different reasons. Yeah, like The Rain, formerly known as Purple, is one of them. Yeah. But if we don't end up on some of those tracks, or by random chance, I might put them on just back to back later. Same here, yeah. I've actually got the Risk of Rain 1 vinyl. 2 wasn't available when I was shopping for some vinyls a while ago. Actually, it probably is now. Since they came out with the DLC, you can probably get the original again. Maybe they reprinted it. Yeah, real good vinyl. Anyway, so what is happening here? So look angles. Oh, this is just applying the smoothing. So this is, all the look angles have been calculated up here already. And this is just going like smooth the look angles and reassign the result of that to look angles. So it's just adjusting that basically over time to do the smoothing that I was talking about. But if I don't do that, let's see. What if I commented that out? And go back into here where it will recompile. Go back into the scene. There we go. Something broke. Anyway, maybe I can't demonstrate that easily. Or if I go look smooth time, if I force that down to like a really small value, which this is in seconds, I believe. Do, do, do. I just want to demonstrate the effect of not having smoothing on this movement. Yeah. So you see the difference between my model. So it'll look idle. Snap. Snap. So it calculates where it should be looking, but kind of creepy, right? Yeah. Let me just look away for a second. But I found that, and this is probably my advice going into video game development for anyone, time is one of the hardest things to get to grips with, like time and doing stuff over frames. Because it's relatively easy to do calculations to figure out the state that something should be in, but trying to make some smooth transition between where you are now and the new state without things going to shit is tricky. And I'm talking about things like jumping, and then having it so that maybe when you land, jump, like if you're able to jump based on whether you're on the ground, you can think like, oh, jump up into the air and then you land back down, and then maybe you have an animation where you land like as a reaction. You have like a crouching animation or whatever for a landing animation. In a game, you probably, I don't know, you may not want to allow for jumping immediately again as soon as they've landed, right? You might want to wait, I don't know, a few frames before for that landing animation to play out before you're able to jump again. So figuring out the difference between being on the ground and you've been on the ground for a certain amount of time and then I'll allow you to jump again, like that is some of the really hard stuff of game development. And I don't know, I'm just using that jumping thing as an animation. Like it can be applied to like anything from movement to shooting weapons, like cooldowns, that sort of stuff. So smoothing out animations like this, it's the same sort of problem, right? So if I use the controller now, it's very tightly coupled to the movement of my right thumbstick. It's like, but compared to what you see at the bottom right. And it's also being affected by the jittery, like inaccuracy of the controller. Like I have the shakes basically, even though I'm not doing anything with the controller apart from holding it in place. And that's not like, this is dead zone, but this is not dead zone. This is not fixable by dead zone. You actually need to like do some smoothing. Like this is dead zone being corrected to when the controller is in a center spot or close to it, it brings it to 0 just to compensate for controller drift. Yeah, exactly, Dragon Denton. So that is basically what the purpose of all this code here is for. Mainly this is figuring out the time to smooth over, and this is actually applying the smooth. Do you need to know C# in order to learn? Because I'm pretty horrible at coding. It helps. Like I don't know C# specifically that well, but I've got a lot of programming history, so I can jump into it Figuring out these sorts of tricks is made a lot easier by knowing C#, but I mean, yeah, the best way to get better at C# is to practice. Like, you're never going to get better at programming by not doing programming. You know, Unity, I think learning C# in Unity at least gives you, like, there's going to be a whole bunch of tutorials out there that are Unity focused, right? And it's going to give you something that makes it so that the code changes that you do have a visible effect, you know. So as long as you're not breaking stuff, but sometimes it's hard to learn to it's hard to learn to program unless you have a goal. If you knew HTML back in the day, but yeah, ultimately you never have it right. Yeah. So like if you went out to learn C# just to learn C#, you might get stuck just learning some of the syntax and then thinking like, oh, now what? What can I actually do? But hacking around in Unity and editing someone else's code to do some things that you want to do, like you do that enough and you will learn over time, you know? Hey Dakota, how's it going? Thoughts on when to use damp versus lerp? Unfortunately, I don't know. I am new to all this. I know that lerp is a function in there. I think it's under mathf, right? Lerp, yeah. Sorry, I'm afraid I can't answer the question. So for context, basically what I'm showing is I'm showing how my custom Unity stream setup works, which I've basically cobbled together and learned Unity stuff at the same time. So yeah, unfortunately I don't know the difference between damp and lerp, and I've only used smooth damp and stuff like that. Looks awesome. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, like here's the, don't mind the crotch shot. Here's the editor view. So this is what we're walking around in at the moment and what we're showing off. You can see, you know, here's the live view that we're in. Yeah. And we're doing this because we hit 1,000 followers. So I always wanted to do like a behind the scenes thing to show how it works. And yeah, maybe I'll then become comfortable with actually working on it on stream as well a little bit. There you go. So Scrawny says, lerp is linear movement, just moving from A to B in a straight line. Smooth damp is like an automated smoothing function with velocity and everything. Oh, there you go. And Dakota, oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Still cool to see. Hey, nice. PC is kind of old and the fear it's going to break by loading. Did some VRM converting, but big struggle. All right, yeah, I understand. Breaking stuff is when I learned most about programming. Yeah, yep. Still know a little bit, but C# I think would be a bit of a different beast. But if you took it in little bites, exactly, yeah. There are some apps out there, so you don't have to be sat at a PC to do it. Had no idea you could use Unity for something like this. Really impressed. Hey, thank you, Blurble. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, it's relatively new, at least on Twitch. I think I think it's Unity and not Unity, Unreal. I think there's a number of Japanese streamers that have been doing fancy Unreal-based streams for a while. And then you got some bigger names in US as well. But they haven't been like gaming focused streamers. I think they've been mainly like chat interaction streamers, you know, so they haven't had the big game projection wall that runs a smooth 60 frames a second. Congrats on 1K follows. Hey, thank you, Neej. Appreciate it. Practice will never get better. Come across apps on the Play Store that teach you to code. Okay, Android, yeah. Like, what's the name of the spoken language learning program that that I always forget the name of. Is it like that, but for coding? Out of all the VTubers I've seen, you're pretty unique. That's something, yeah. Appreciate it. But yeah, there'll be more and more of us. So I'll have to try and stay ahead of the curve. Duolingo, yeah. Babbel, sort of. It's more game field. Okay, gamified. All right, yeah. Duolingo, but for programming, maybe. Yeah. So like, the next big part of the code is taking these angles and applying them to there. So this is just for looking. All this stuff so far up here is just for the right thumbstick, like doing this up and down, and this. So it actually grabs the bones that were identified earlier and applies local Euler angles. The rotation as Euler angles in degrees relative to the parent's transform rotation. So it goes and takes them and specifically does noisy dog outside. Head transform this, neck transform that, but only half of it, and then chest transform that, but a quarter of it. So Euler, yeah, that's right. Thank you. So you can see just subtly the neck is moving with the chest, and the chest is moving as well. So instead of just moving the neck bone, or the head bone rather, which would look really weird, it also moves the neck 50% of that transformation and the chest 50% as well, which makes the whole the whole thing just look natural. Don't tempt me to make a floating disembodied skull. There'll be more when Menowidi finally caves in from his pink jibber plans and sacrifices PC to 3D gods. But also the Doig Swift folks. So make sure you're following them because they are working on a tutorial for their setup. So click on those emotes and give them a follow. And when they have tutorial stuff available, you'll be able to follow that. Sorry, I just got an alarm for something. Timer, that is. Did you just guess and check for those values? Well, I tried different ones, so it was like a trial and error. So the actual bones we identified earlier, you can kind of find all these just by looking. So human body bones is a Unity thing, and they're all just references in there. So you call this. It took a bit of trial and error to actually figure this out, but for the actual numbers, I think I just guessed. It's like half and half and half seem to work quite nicely to smooth out that look. I think it works quite well. But yeah, then we have the left arm raise and the right arm raise, which is really just taking, so left arm raise, we're doing it again, like smoothing of the values just a little bit. It's nothing as complex as the head movement because I can just, but if I like take the trigger and just pull it in or push it all the way in, like bam, you can see that there's still a bit of smoothing happening there so that I can hold. The smoothing allows me to hold an angle like that without it jittering all over the place. So left arm raise, right arm raise, apply the smoothing. And then it goes through and does shoulder, left arm raise with a bit of math, upper arm, lower arm. And this took a lot of trial and error to figure out these values, and it's going to be specific to the skeleton that you're using for your model. So you're probably not going to be able to copy this code, but I'm showing it anyway. It actually applies a different rotation to like the shoulder and the upper arm. And if you see very subtly all the fingers, so the hand actually goes from, so I can show like the neutral state of the hand is kind of closed like that. It's like a closed fist. but it actually opens the hand up as I raise the arm. And you can see it's most obvious on the index finger. So it goes from like there and the index finger and all the claws open up like that. So it works as both like a point and a wave or a gesture or something like that. It's all expressed in one trigger pull. So speaking of which, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. So I could be drinking something like gulp. I can wave. I can point, like point, and do it over here as well. Or I can guard and say, all the balls being thrown at me. Like, yeah. So this is all like as I go through explaining this, it should become more and more apparent that what I actually have is like a digital puppet, right? So you can imagine the old style puppet, hand controls with the T-shaped sticks and all that sort of stuff above the puppet. It's like that's kind of what I've got with the controller. It's like jump. Hey, Gloraz, yeah, I'm doing good. How are you? I'm actually just going to step away quickly. I'm not going to be long. I just need to attend to something in the kitchen. So I'll just put the beer right back up. Like I'm not even going to be more than just a couple of minutes. So I'll also like turn on some lights and stuff like that because it's getting dark. So I'll be right back.
I am a great magician.
Yeah. My clothes are shiny. All right. I'll be back very, very quickly. Don't go nowheres. Getting feisty, huh? I was just going to say, while I'm up, I'm just going to quickly go to the bathroom as well. So I'll just be another couple of minutes. All right. Yeah, Kieran's actually been making their setup in Unreal. And it seems to be working quite nicely. I actually tried my setup, and while all the spout-based stuff that I mentioned earlier works, I still have the same problems when running anything at 60 frames a second. Like this weird capture timing is going on, and also, unfortunately, the capture card that I bought doesn't seem to work with Unreal. So Unreal, kind of like Unity, has a webcam component for bringing in data from either a webcam or a capture card, and it doesn't want to open my my capture card. So if Unreal actually worked with my capture card, I would genuinely look into it just to try and make an alternative setup in Unreal, because it'd be nice to leverage some of the ray tracing lighting stuff that's going on over there. Actually, let me, because I did actually put together like a very basic setup in Unreal, and I can maybe show the image for that I took at one point. Give me a sec. Ow. It was nothing other than like the basic starter asset stuff in Unreal, but it showed something that was possible. I think I DM'd it to someone. Yeah. Oh, don't open that browser. Damn it. Yeah, so if you're doing stuff in Unreal, this is the kind of thing that you'd be able to achieve with its lighting system. Let's see. Yeah. So you see how the screen glow is affecting all of the stuff around it, and even when it's mapped onto other shapes. Like that I did nothing apart from have all this stuff in Unreal. Like even like the glow on the model, this is all being captured in real time from Spout. But if you look, I don't know if you'll be able to see it on stream, but what's happening here is actually like a smear over a few frames, because all this is done using temporal stuff in ray tracing. And we got to remember that stream. Yeah, I was in the audience. I was just using that as a test stream to capture some movement and some light. But if you use all the ray tracing features, anything that you show as a texture kind of gets smeared over a few frames because of the way that the temporal rendering works with ray tracing. Like it's not all frame by frame. So yeah, something to watch out for if you do try Unreal and you want to go for that that fancy look, but you're also capturing a game or something like that. What capture card do I use? Ava Media Live Gamer Duo, I think. Let's see, Ava Media. Let's see. Yeah, Live Gamer Duo, which I bought because it has two inputs. One that supports like high resolution, high frame rate pass through with frame rate conversion on the capture. So you'd use that for passing through to your main monitor, but it also has a second input, which is meant to be used for webcams. So it's limited to 1080p 60, but that is perfect for the final output of the Lair, you know, because I don't need anything more than 1080p 60 to stream out to Twitch at 60 frames a second. Anyway, so catching up a bit on chat. So I can't see anything from before the turbo spam. just to let you know, if there was a question from earlier, please just repost it. Heard a lot about the devs being disillusioned with Unity. Yeah, I've heard some rumblings with Unity and how they're changing stuff. I can't remember exactly now, but it's like I'm happy with where it is now, and I can keep working on this version of it. So I'm just going to keep going with it. Main downside to Unreal is coding the stuff is done in C++, yeah, or with its blueprint stuff. I believe for stuff like this, Unity is great as well. Just once you start doing proper games, some people feel overburdened, right? Yeah. And Unity is kind of annoying that you have to make this choice between the built-in renderer and the universal rendering pipeline and the HDRP pipeline, and they've all got different supports, and they're all kind of mismatched. And I don't know, Unreal is just Unreal. So downside of Unreal is Epic. Yeah, well, that, yeah. So it's possible to overwrite the ray tracing part of the screen, as the screen has no reason to be ray traced, basically. I thought about that myself, but I haven't looked into that because it's basically a non-starter for me if it can't use my capture card. So yeah, it's quite possible that can be done. Yeah, GlowRes. I think they're fixing that in the next version of Unity, making it easier to switch rendering pipelines. That'd be nice. Yeah, something about the CEO was problematic. So I'm just going to have to keep going with what I've got, unfortunately. And if you're trying to make an isometric 2D game in Unity, lol them out. Yeah. Hopefully, like Godot gets to the point where I can use that instead. But yeah. I'm guessing I should get Unreal Engine 5. I believe so. Yeah. I don't think there's any reason to use anything Unreal Engine 4. Yeah. CEO over tech company, problematic. What? Like, what? Yeah, but honestly, I don't know for sure. I can't remember, so I'm not going to go into it because I don't want to get into stuff that I have no recollection of. Love that zoom in. Yeah, that's my right D-pad. Always used, good for emphasis. I mean, we can get onto that now. Actually, so I went through how the arm and hand movement works. So that was all underneath a function called, and all this is happening on every single frame. So it's under an animate function, which was being called up here in late update. And then other ones, which I don't know why it needs to be in late update, but that's how it was when I came across this code. So misc controls, miscellaneous controls are where I have my other things, like if I am pressing and holding the slow time button, it does timescale 2%. Otherwise, timescale at 100% or 1. So that lets me do like, so I jump and yeah. Yep. Which comes in handy when large raids happen. Anyone who's been here with like a significantly sized raid will know that I occasionally use the slow-mo button to slow down the raid animation that happens. Like, let's see if I can simulate a large raid. Hang on. Let's see. I'll throw out, I think it's, yeah. So I'll throw out 100. I'll simulate a visit of 100 viewers. So here we go. Like that. And then I can press slow time. And I can be like, we just got a big raid. Let me quickly explain what's going to happen. Blah, 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 blah. And then, whoop. There was no raid, by the way. Gets a 10,000 raid. Yes, that would be interesting. That would likely make things very slow, but I wouldn't be able to skip it. Don't think I'll ever forget that raid. Yeah, I won't forget it anytime soon either. We had a raid of 200 the other day. That was good. It didn't quite last as long as it wasn't so long that I had to slow down time to explain what was happening. So Periapsis says, from what they remember, Unity got bought by a big mobile gaming company, and the CEO discussed wanting to implement more features in Unity to help mobile monetization, but that was secondhand Twitter info, so I'd take it with a grain of salt. There you go. Different news articles and interviews from the CEO also said mobile company is known for being super shady with its software. Yeah, that sounds familiar. But yeah, I have no choice but to use Unity. So yeah, like it's just a hobby for me. If there is ever the like a big reason to change engines, that's a huge thing for me. So Unity it is. So not mention the little bit. It was the first time we saw your channel, so of course we were exactly. Yeah. Oh, you're probably wondering how I got it. Yeah, exactly. Like record scratch. And these buttons here are for camera switching, which I can probably go into a bit more detail on its own. Basically, the controls on screen are for doing this and this and this and going over there. Basically, it switches between different camera states provided by a system that inside Unity called Cinemachine. So a lot of these transitions I'm not doing by code. I'm telling Cinemachine that it's like, go over there now, and it does. I'm telling Cinemachine to focus on the screen and me here instead of just the screen. And now I'm telling it to focus on me. And then Cinemachine focuses on the screen. And I just have that all...
Good Lord, what is happening in there?
Yeah. Speaking of raids, that's a good time to show off the slow motion that we were literally just talking about. Yep. Hey, chat, we got some raiders. Let's go see who it is. Yep. Hey, it's Zim, Razim. Hey, welcome on in, everyone. Oh, wrong button. There we go. I jump at the door and open it for you.
I am a great magician.
My skin's glitched. Yes. Hey, welcome on in, everyone. My name's Gwillem. This is the Lair. We're actually running a special behind-the-scenes stream today to show how the Lair all works. And we are like 3 hours into it, so there's a lot of information that we've gone over. So I won't be able to go back over everything, but yeah. But you're all welcome on in, all the same. But yeah, let me welcome on some folks. Chrisovs, Razim themselves, Sirio Khan, Archnir Rob, Panthanea Silverwood, Spirit Ferret. Hey, welcome on in, everyone. Thank you for the raid, Zim. How's it going? Let me check that raid message. Thank you for adopting us new parental unit. Take care of the kids. What have you done? You dropped off kids for me to look after? No way. I'm out of here. Zesty, it's up to you now. Take over. Zesty? All right, he's just a plush. Hey, Zim, but how's it going? How is your stream? What were you up to? Playing Dungeon Keeper? Nice. Were you playing like mini games today? Or was it all Dungeon Keeper? My special BTS stream where he plays K-pop. Yeah, this stream may contain traces of code. Technical difficulties all night. Oh, no, that's horrible. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, why does it look like Razim's behind prison bars? I mean... It does. But, I mean, to be fair, whenever anyone comes in here, they kind of look like they're behind prison bars. Yeah, so this is the Lair. Everyone, welcome on in. We're doing a 1,000 follower celebration stream today where we show how all this sort of stuff works. But yeah, make sure, like for anyone who is here before the raid, please make sure that you're checking out Zim. Go check that follow link that just came up, or click on the emotes in chat, give him a follow. He plays a lot of like D&D and the like big variety streamer. Had two tabletop games, did some Vampire Survivors, a laptop froze during Dungeon Keeper, and like, fuck it, we're done. But that phrase, that sentence just there gives you an idea. So yeah, make sure you check Zim out. Considering that they're on the outside of the building looking in, perhaps Gwillem, who, yeah, maybe I'm the one behind bars, and yeah. But thank you for the follow there, by the way. Yeah. Juju Lama gifting out a sub to the community. Hey, thank you very much for that. That's very, very generous of you. And it goes to Grant. Congrats, Grant. Enjoy the emotes and some ad-free viewing. Make sure to refresh if Twitch tries to keep showing you ads. I tried rating like 4 people who were doing special events, and like, must be the day for special events. Nice. Well, I appreciate the raid, Zim. If you need to wind down or do whatever you need to do, of course, take care of yourself. So yeah, we're in the middle of showing off some code, or talking through some code. So it's a lot of information that's led up to this point. So new folks coming in, of course, maybe a bit lost, but this gives you an idea of like, here's the Lair in the editor mode. And we've been talking through, current topic is talking about how stuff like this controller works. It's doing a special event too, yeah. I kept going offline. Got to do some self-care stuff too. Absolutely, yeah, I understand. Zim, have a good one. Thank you for the raid. Have a good night. If you've got to raid and run, go get you. Yeah, appreciate it. Well, welcome on in, everyone. Feel free to ask questions along the way. That's what today is all about. But if we've already covered your question, all I may be able to do is say, look back in the VOD around this amount of time. So some of the questions that we've fielded, which have been very large ones, of course, is like, how do you get the point redeems to affect things in the environment? And how many apps do you have running? And are you using a single computer or multi-computer? Which is, the answer is a single computer, but it's evolved to the point where it would work across multiple computers. How does my glitch skin work? And currently we're going into like how character controlling, and we did microphone and how the idle looking works. And we're doing how the character movement stuff kind of works. So let me get back onto that and there. And we were just talking about like the slow-mo and how we typically use the slow-mo for, yep, like that, on a raid to slow down. Nice. To slow down the whole ball throw stuff. But yeah, if I happen to miss anything from anyone, whoop, chat get large. Chat getting tall. If I happen to miss anything from anyone that coming in during the raid, just at me and repeat yourself. It's no problem. Is water wet? Yeah. So I'll get to the water stuff soon, because it's kind of a weird setup, and it maybe anyone who knows Unity can show me a different way to do it. But yeah, these, maybe I'll tack in how Cinemachine is set up, because I don't want to go through all these controls for camera stuff without explaining what the camera, like move to top of priority sub queue and zoom targets and stuff like that, and camera switch lists. And yeah, suffice it to say that when I press buttons on the left D-pad, things like this happen, or zoom, or going over there and coming back. Doing a peek at the moment, yeah. Yeah, Dodge Piccolo voice. Yeah.
I am a great magician.
This is something I don't use that often, but if I press some certain combination of keys, give me shiny. My clothes are shiny. I can actually get taller and shorter myself, and sometimes I use that for fine-tuning where I'm standing on the camera and doing things like a peak stream like this. More camera control stuff, which I might touch on later. And I used to have control over skin changes on my controller, but then I made chat have that control instead, which is much better. Sometimes I use it hide from chat. Exactly, yeah. And I think that's all the controller stuff. Like we went over how the microphone moves the mouth and how this works. It's like that and that and that and that and that and that. Everything else is built into the third person controller thing that comes with Unity. So, yeah. A miniature figure of purple Gemderg. Well, yeah. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. So that's that. Let's have a look at the water stuff then. So the water. So for anyone else's context, we used to have a redeem, which is currently it's turned off with respect for a lot of flooding that's happening. Or there were hurricanes that were happening right in the US and in Canada, and right now, even still at the moment, there's a lot of flooding happening around Australia. But I can show basically what it is, because I can emulate it myself directly using the browser stuff that I was talking about earlier. So I think it's Raise Water. Yeah. So you see all the water that's come in there. And I'm just hitting like a URL with a web browser now, and I'm going to reload it a couple of times. We'll see it rise up. Or maybe over here is a better view. So you see it gets, so all the beach balls start to rise up as well. And this, we were doing this on every hydrate redeem, like it would, the water level would rise a bit. I'm just going to keep pushing it up. Soggy sofa, yeah. Well, someone commented a while ago that sofas kind of look like stone anyway, so yeah, maybe they're made out of rock. But oh no, Zesty and Doig getting damp. Yeah, but I made it stop at the level of the record player, and then I made it so that whenever a raid happens and I have to go and open the door, it's like all the balls float. It drains out like this. Nice. And everything's back to normal. So in terms of in Unity itself, let me see. Bath bomb Derg, yeah. What happens to the Fraggles? Fraggles might accidentally trigger some, PTSD. Yeah, so we're keeping it on the down, we're keeping that feature off for now, and while, flooding is in effect. And it might even change it completely, depends on how I'm able to change things up. But one thing I was trying was, let's see, resources, I think it is. Yeah, so I was hoping to have a hydrate material that whenever a hydrate happens would turn me temporarily into water. But it doesn't work that well. Like, it kind of looks okay here, but once it got into game view, it's like, I don't know. So it's an idea that I'm going to try toying more with. I'll probably have to learn how to do shaders myself to get the look that I really want. But yeah. Lava. Hydrate lava. Maybe, but you'd think all the beach balls would just pop then. The ball trapped behind the door, yeah. But apart from future ideas, so all it really is there's this plane, well, not plane, like a quad of water that you can kind of see. Let me turn some of this. I have non-selectable. Yeah, so this terrain, turn that terrain off. A lot of ugly like below the layer stuff here, just from me dragging and dropping things from the asset store. So there's a quad with the water material on it, plus an extra over here, just underneath the door for like a separate shape. And you can kind of tell, you can kind of see them there. You see the orange outline of where they are. Now that's just for display purposes. There's a separate physics one with collision slightly below it. So the visual ones you can see there. Let's see there. It's also got a slight angle to it so that the intersection shader works. And there you can see the height difference between the collision and the visual. And all that happens is this Lair water here has some animation on it that makes it go up to a certain height, like up there, over time. And the redeem just changes that that animation. So it's code in here like set relative weight, which is changes the weight of the animation from 0 to 100, but just by adding 0.2 or something like that. Set target weight, you can set absolutely. So this is what would be used whenever the hydrate happened. It's like add 10% to the animation, so it will gradually come up to the maximum height. And then when the door is opened, it would set target weight to 0, and then just do similar stuff to code that I showed earlier with smoothing over time to actually change the animator to somewhere here. Can't remember. So it's a layer water rise animation, which is 0, and it would slowly apply that layer or unapply that layer, depending on whether things are the water's going up or down. And then I can just simulate that by dragging and dropping the whole thing. So that's what happens. So, but you can see like there's a reason why I've got it limited to below the camera height. It's because it's just a plane of water basically. There's no underwater effect or anything like that. And the beach balls float by that water quad physics layer coming up underneath it. So if I grab the whole thing, it's like the physics layer is slightly below. So it looks like the beach balls sink in, but all that's really happening is, I wonder if I can drag one on. Drag one on. Prefabs. So it's basically hitting the collision layer below and being brought up with it. So it's actually colliding here on underneath the beach ball. It's not doing anything like floating calculations or anything like that. Although it would be nice if it's like, if a beach ball got thrown in and hit the water, it'd be like, but unfortunately it's just being like faked at the moment. So, I didn't know how else to do it. And I didn't want to go coding in all the buoyancy physics, because it didn't seem to be built in. So yeah. Could I make it rain? I've thought about that as well. Yeah, could be a color like green or purple or something like that. Maybe if you had the water appearing out of a massive pipe or opening in the ceiling, it could be comical. Yeah, I kind of wanted to have like a dousing, like sploosh, like it just dumps a bunch of water on me and then that's it. So maybe I'll play around with those ideas. But also, I mean, mentioning the pungeon. If I'm going to build a pungeon, it's going to be dungeon-like. Buttspot getting hit by automod there. A dungeon would be underground. It would be below here. So we can't have the whole layer flooding, because then it would just flood the pungeon. So the pungeon would have to be down here or something like that. Or like off to the side. Set low like this, maybe. I don't know. Put vegetables in the water. It could be soup. Actually, speaking of Okay, we need to move the Bathinjan eggplant. Although I'm not going to be saving this, so this is a reminder for me, maybe. So we need to make sure that Bathinjan's not on the food table. Bathinjan can be over here somewhere. There we go. Because I always have to say, like, pizza and tea, but don't touch the eggplant. Hey Zinda, hey, welcome on in. The water texture on the dragon doesn't look translucent. Maybe that's what's off. Yeah, but the shader that it uses just has a few controls. Like I'm not familiar with the shader itself. I just know how to tweak settings on it. I do want to learn shader graph stuff at some point myself. So let's see. But yeah, if I drag it on there, there is like a little bit of, it's hard to describe. It's like depth based or distance based. So you can see like the bars on the window there through the material. But yeah, it's not made, this shader is not made to be put on an object that is standing up. It's made for something that is laying flat and to show things behind it. But it's using like all these inputs into the shader. That they're the only things I can control, but you can actually go edit. And here's the shader graph for it. Like all of that. Like to untangle that to try and make it work the way I want it. I'd probably be better off just learning how to do shader graph stuff from scratch, you know? Yeah, and Jello Dragon, yeah. It's not real water, yeah. Real clever. The physics stuff, yeah. Fake save cycles, exactly right. And yeah, I don't float along with the collision for the water because it's set on like a certain, it's on its own layer of water, which somewhere in the project settings, there's like physics. Yeah, there's like a matrix of physics collisions here. And it's a bit difficult to read, but basically water collides with pushable, which is the beach balls, and kickable, which is the beach balls, but not the player. So yeah. Bet you could have a script to make them bob if they're touching that collider pretty easily. Probably, yeah. Yeah, and when I get the motivation to actually look into it, I'll look into that. Because I kind of want to know how water bobbing might work. Go to all this trouble of building a real robot and a real spaceship and realize how I could have just faked it. Or what its butts say. I go to all this trouble of building a ass bot in a ass spaceship and I arsalize how I could have just faked it. Pungent should be in the church so they can reform. Damn. Shader graph does look fun. Yeah, I kind of, this is sort of thing like now that I've done behind the scenes of this, I might, maybe I'll try to learn shader graph on stream, you know, like, hell, why the hell not? You want to meet a Jello Dragon IRL? Yeah. What does it look like if you turn the Lair waters into water? Let's have a look in a second. But Ninetail Geeky Fox, hey, how's it going?
Good Lord, what is happening in
Whoa.
there?
Whoa. Shiny, yeah. Hey. Yep. Hey, chat. I think we got some visitors. Let's go see who's at the door. Yeah, Shiny Dragon making my way over to the door. And who's this? Horrible. Hey, welcome on in, everyone. Horrible rating with a party of 63. Hey, my name's Gwillem. Welcome to the Lair. Come on in. How's things? I'm guessing by some of the folks I'm seeing in chat, I might have been a recommendation. So I've just got people to blame thank. Babana, T-Dub, Rocket, Loaded Baked Potato, Felix Boltwood, Horrible themselves, Go Minu, Bananas. Hey, welcome on in, everyone. Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Cuts and ate it. Hey, welcome on in. Greenbird raid, shiny, yeah. Chitpin up raid, nice. Well, welcome on in, everyone. Yeah, so many familiar names, actually. Sorry, let me make sure I'll go check out Horrible sometime, because I'm not familiar. I've heard Horrible, the name, around a few times, but I've not had a chance to check out your stream. So I'll go check you out sometime. But what were you playing? The Witch's House MV. Ooh, sounds like a spoopy game. Yeah, notice the blue panda. Yeah, that's Zesty. It's on the desk. And that's Doig on the right as well. So, quick summary of what's happening here today. This is actually a celebratory stream for 1,000 followers. We're going behind the scenes of the Lair streaming setup that I have. You're all welcome to ask questions. We are a few hours in, so there might be stuff that we've already covered. And that's it, yeah. So we have this Unity-based custom streaming setup, and that's what we're going into the details of. Yeah, how was your stream today, Horrible? How's it going? Nanners? How dare? Thank you for the sub, Nanners. Appreciate it. Love Broken, hello, welcome on in. Congrats, hey, thank you, yeah. Check that moments, yeah, check the most recent VOD. Does anyone have a clip? I'll let someone else answer. Feel free to post a clip. It's easy for me to bring up a clip and show rather than navigate to the VOD. Still waiting for the Swift plushie. No clip. All right, hang on. I'm not really sure what I'm looking for. I see the game. Hang on a sec. All right. I don't know if this is part of the game or if this is part of the stream. Nope, that's my view of it. There we go. This. Let's go over here. I found the best part of the stream, I guess. So yeah, the game doesn't matter. Here's your bonsai buddy. Here's your massive Internet Explorer toolbar collection. Nice. So yeah, welcome on in, everyone. Appreciate the raid. DJ, how's it going? Man, there's so many people who've just come in that I would love to shout out. But I always struggle to do shout outs immediately after a raid because I want to pay respect to the person that just raided in. But Babanasaur, Bananas, Gomenu, the people that just Crudberry, make sure that you're all following them. Hell, just click on everyone's name in chat and go follow them. Follow everyone. Horrible is very cursed and we love him. I know a lot of people like that and it's amazing. Hey Gecko Selja, how's it going? So yeah, we are we're going through this is a top-down view or high angle view of the streaming environment that I use, that I've put together, piecemeal over the last 9 months or so. So you can see stuff up in there. It's on the editor view, and here it is in the live view. So yeah, it's a special event stream today. So I really appreciate you all coming along. Feel free to ask questions, but if it's something that we've already covered in depth, I might have to just say, like, go back and check out the VOD because we've been going through a lot. Gwillem is precious and I will fight for this dragon. Appreciate it. Heading out, followed, we'll be back. Hey, appreciate it, Zinda. Yeah, thank you for the follow. And all the other follows that came in as well. High five. Hive time, yeah. My laugh is enough for me, hell. We get shouted out anyway. Everyone following everyone. Yeah, basically hive time. Exactly, yeah. So I'm just scrolling up a bit in chat. Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
I am a great magician.
All right. I think I got everyone. So yeah, thank you for the raid again. What were we in the middle of talking about? Oh, I was going to show what it might look like if we put the water texture on the wall. On the walls. That's what it looks like. At least that one. There's another one somewhere. And yes, I have a backup of all of this. Before anyone's wondering, like, are you going to break the stream for the future? It's like, nope. Where is stylized water for URP? Here we go. Materials. Wind Waker water. Just directly on the floor. And then on the wall. Kind of looks weird. But you can see the trees and the buildings kind of through it like that. But yeah, later on we'll also be showing a bit of concept art for future me. So we'll do that whenever we come to the end of showing Unity stuff. We'll be able to show that. Yes. This actually looks wild. I'll have to check the VOD out, and Unity setup is wicked. Yeah. Feel free to. This will be around for ages as well. I'll be highlighting this for sure. Horrible VOD watcher. Yeah, but there's plenty of information to unpack in the VOD. So yeah. Phantom Hourglass. Oh, I'm not familiar. But yeah, this is called Wind Waker. I think the stylized water for URP was available for free on the asset store. So there's a few different ones for like beach, which doesn't work on there, or ocean. And I think that's kind of Wind Waker like, right? Yeah. Is this like your VR room? Kind of, yeah. Like it's nothing to do with VR. It's just Unity on its own. So it's the room that I stream from, but I control myself with a PlayStation controller. And the game capture on the wall is like live. Normally there's a game on the wall, but we're actually capturing Unity. Concept up, yeah. Wind Waker and Phantom Hourglass are both Legend of Zelda games in DS. Ah, okay, yeah. My house is flooding. Yeah, no, my house is flooding. I should put all that back to normal. Undo for the win. Can I undo myself? Yeah. Beep. Beep. We do have a secret color choice that was revealed today because we're showing behind the scenes code. So I thought, well, let's reveal that. So if you want to go back to the shiny, the shiny skin, you can. It's like a pseudo window effect. Yeah, who knows Windows when you have water walls? Exactly.
I am
Obliged to jam
magician.
for the Necrodancer soundtrack. Yes. Yeah, my clothes are shiny. Look how shiny that is. We make everything shiny. Shiny walls. Shiny, can Zest be shiny? see. Yes. Well, it looks kind of weird. What about Doig? And Bath and Jan. Shiny eggplant. Yeah, so we were going into how the water stuff works, and I think that's about all I can really talk about. In summary, this water that's always below the layer has an animation on it to raise it and lower it, and the redeems, although that's not enabled at the moment, but the hydration redeems would raise that animation up to the maximum point, and then opening the door over here would drain it all down. And that's really about it. And other questions. So that's how the water works. Now, how Cinemachine is set up will be an interesting one, because that might require some explanation of Cinemachine system itself that the catch chance for me is very low. Pisces encrypted. Didn't work. Like every now and then one of those should be a Pokeball maybe. How to summarize Cinemachine. So I'm using Cinemachine to do stuff like there's one camera, but it can be in many places. So you set up the one camera, instead of setting up multiple cameras that you manually switch between, you can set up a single camera that you add like a Cinemachine brain to it. And you tell it to focus on different things or move to different locations or do stuff automatically like that. Mega, hey, how's it going? Relaxing evening, playing away even more satisfactory. Nice, nice. Ow. Of course, listening to me. Oh, appreciate it. Good. Yeah, it's good to see you. We're a fair ways into this. Into this now. Fucking love you talking about your setup. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, we are a fair way into it now, of course. We've covered a fair bit, including like the high level stuff, like me doing paint-based diagrams of how things work. So here we go. Like I use StreamerBot to send information into Unity and to interact with Twitch, and OBS, itself is not really part of that. Unity doesn't care about Twitch. This is a setup that can be used if you're just getting started using a thing called Spout. So like capture the game, bring it into the Lair in or your Unity thing as a texture, and then bring that into OBS. But Spout had some issues for me, and I graduated to a capture card based setup, which would be compatible with two PCs, which I'm not using at the moment. So yeah, head back into the VOD to find all that sort of information at length. And then we dove into Unity itself. Showed a little bit of Blender, like I showed the dragon model that I'm using from opened it up in Blender, but all I've got to work with is like the very basic, like baked in stuff, so I can't do much with it, I don't want to try opening that again, because opening things in Blender is a pain. Hey Violet, how's it going? Download is 97%, but it's been like that for the last 10 minutes. Little Derg in the corner of the bottom of the image. Yeah. Yeah, which one was that on? That was me saying that, yeah. So Streamer.bot sends stuff into Unity like throw a ball, which then hits me. Bap. So yeah, Cinemachine. Bap. I'm trying to think of how best to explain this. So this here is a camera. It's a built-in Unity camera, nothing that much special about it. And attached to that is a thing called a Cinemachine Brain that adds a whole lot of like camera switching capabilities and transitions, smoothing stuff. Like here, like blending ease in and out, cues for different like cameras to choose from. And basically you set up things like this other Cinemachine
Great magician.
Virtual cameras. So we've got a virtual camera there for the music shot. You can see it like that. It's here looking over the intermission screen when we do this. That's this camera. We have this other one called Clear Shot, which is there. You can see it's the main view there. Turbo mode. My clothes are zesty. And secretly a teacher dragon from RuneScape come to life. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Bullies, I'm just trying to teach. You're doing all this? Meh. Well, I'll take this opportunity to hydrate a bit. That's a lot of bowls. Damn. Nah. That's going on for a long time. There we go. Look at all that. Well done. I approve. I will have to try and clear away some of them though, so we can actually see Unity again. Hopefully I don't have to snap them away. I might have to. I guess I could show how the cleanup code works before going on. Yeah, you bully with love. I know. And you know I'm only putting it on. Honestly, love how you have this whole setup. Oh, thank you. Let's see. I think it's under network cleanup. Yeah, so process cleanup requests. Yeah, so this is a pattern that is followed by a lot of the things that come in from the bot and from redeems and that sort of stuff. Basically, one, log the request so that I can see it in the debug logs, so I know what's going on. Two, create a new request cleanup request object and put it in a queue and then respond. It's like, okay, done. And then we have a list of requests to deal with, and then on the next frame, because all this, like, this is the sort of stuff that I paid for a component to handle, right? To deal with all this like multi-threading, because when the game is running at say 60 frames a second, it's processing this code once every frame. But when a request from the bot or from Twitch or from my browser comes in, it could come in between frames, right? And you don't want it to break. So all the web server stuff is running in its own thread in its own time. And then when requests come in, it goes, okay, I'm going to put this on a queue. And then every time a frame happens, it's like this process cleanup request is called. So in the context of the frame, it pulls a request off that queue in its time. So you're not having to deal with all this multi-threading crap. It's basically put it over there and deal with it later. But later, like quote unquote later, might be within milliseconds, you know, but that sort of stuff is important when we're dealing with threads and CPUs and stuff like that. So yeah, when a cleanup request comes in, all it does is go game object, find balls. Yeah, find game objects with tag beach ball.
What is happening in there?
Yeah. Speaking of beach balls, hey, we've got another raid. Let's go see who it is. It's Fenrir. It's Space Pirate Fenrir. Hey, the Space Wolf Pirate. The wolf pirate that says, let's go raid someone, let's go in a raid and raid someone like it's a bad thing, who then we thank for raiding. So yes, come and be a pirate and raid my lair. I appreciate it. But all cats are jerks. I don't mean that. That's someone's name in chat. Although they kind of are. Quetzalcoatl, welcome on in. Roxy Luffer, Pain Gamer, Corbin, and Space Pirate Fenrir themselves. Hey, how's it going? How dare you? I know, right? Oh, gonna pat the lion on the head. Thank you for the follow, Roxy. How's it going? Thank you. Welcome on in. Haunted Folly, hey, welcome on in. Still have Avatar, the way it moves, so good. Yeah, appreciate it. So what are we up to? Gartic Phone. Yeah, Avast Fenpire raid. Congrats on 1,000. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Yeah, happy 1K, bud. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, so we've spent the last few hours, well, 3 hours, 45 minutes or so, going through the custom streaming setup in Unity. So there's a lot of VOD content to go back on, but if anyone has questions, feel free to ask them. But if it's something that's already been covered, we might have to direct you back to the VOD. But yeah, let's have a look at Space Pirate Fenrir. Let's show you what. I don't trust the last clip that you gave me, so I'm going to show a random one.
Whoa!
That's the same one. That's the same fucking clip. And I for the first time, I used my own functionality that let me stop the video playback. Nice. I think you couldn't, I don't think you could have written that. My life genuinely fills with joy. Hopefully it doesn't come across as too much. No, it doesn't. No. Amazing. Like, a lot of people have said that sort of thing. Like, some people even call me Chuckleberg. But I'm having a blast today. I'm loving it. So yeah. But yeah, I hope you'll be around a little bit later, Babana. Hey, Pilky, thank you for gifting us up to Space Pirate Fenrir. Yeah. Very generous of you. Maybe you, yeah, nice. Lady Vignette won't change colors as well. Yeah, so cool. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, so there's a bunch of, we were showing them off before. There's a bunch of different colors that the dragon can be. Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting us up to Babanasaur. Very generous of you. And Captain Photon, hey, welcome on in. Enjoy your lurk. So yeah, this is the dragon model that I bought from the Unity Asset Store, and it came with a bunch of pre-made colors that I've hooked up to like redeems. So whoop. Chat, you got tall. So tall. Anon, thank you for gifting 10 subs to the community. What the heck? What the actual heck? Congratulations to Fluffy Days, to Macaroon Raccoon, to Ado Z, to Voxification, to Cliche 420, to Neko Cub, to Eternal Fam, to Martina, to Angsung D, and to Inoki. So many names on there that I know that, like, awesome that they got a sub. Yeah, so congrats and thank you. Yeah, so all these colors can be chosen by the relatively cheap channel point redeem. There's a list that shows in the redeem. So it's only got a couple of minutes cooldown. It's zesty and shiny, which is the hidden one. It's going to go on forever now.
I'm a great magician.
There you go. Oh, and thank you for the follow as well, by the way. You have to go through the VOD for this stream. I want to set up like this. Hell yeah, get inspired. Recognize the Super Mario World sounds so good. Yeah, the follow alert is just the like monster, like it's a Yoshi hit noise, like bounce. Nice. 100% in love with this color scheme. Nice. Just love the line of "I'm a great magician since I know the origin." Yeah. Yeah, it's like my clothes are. Yeah. Wow, do it again. Kung Pao. Yeah. Metallic pink is nice. Yeah, this is meant to be the like Twitch shiny color, like a Cheer 100 or whatever. All right, now I'm trying to explain Cinemachine stuff, but I don't know if I'm doing a very good job of it. In short, one main camera and a bunch of virtual cameras, and the Cinemachine takes care of putting the main camera where the virtual cameras are and doing all sorts of transitions between effects and location. So you can see like over here, if I go to the desk, if you look in the background, there's depth of field happening. If I go back over here, that depth of field goes away. It's like I'm not doing any of that apart from saying that when it's over there, there should be depth of field. When it's over here, there shouldn't be. Cinemachine takes care of all that that transition between different effects for me. And I'm actually just going to remove some of these beach balls. So I've shown how the cleanup works. Although we got a raid just when that was happening, right? So the cleanup list. Find game objects with tag. For each one, go through them, roll a dice. If the dice is it's like 25% chance, then delete it. And also do the same for pumpkins when it was October. So basically 25% of all the beach balls in the route will be removed when I do this. And snap. Nope. I do that. There we go. Yeah. And snap. There we go. That's good. All right. Fenrir was doing background stuff too. Nice. Yeah, so because I did the shout out and I got thrown off by the fact that it was the same clip, the same goddamn clip. We did a bit of Gardic at the end, but I was modifying your character model earlier. Oh, nice. If you do want to show a clip that isn't that that firing of the bits clip, just stick it in chat. Yeah, a bot will delete it. Actually, it won't delete it because you have a sub. Nice. So Thor found out on his and subbing that Twitch lies about how gift subs are allocated. Apparently it does not prioritize people in the chat, but instead picks randoms from the follow list. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. The raid alert is pretty great too. Always makes you laugh. Nice. Are there any other hidden colors? No, not at the moment. There's a Twitch fact that suggests it picks from the chat first. Yeah. I guess they will never really...
I am a great magician.
They'll never really explain exactly how that works because people could then game it. Crazy Wolf Heart, hey, how's it going? Yeah, my clothes are dither. Good color. We might try making a couple of other colors towards the end of this. Captain Photon, I once followed a huge Twitch streamer, realized he was dumb, and 5 minutes later got gifted a sub from him directly. What? Yeah, it's so weird. Like behind the scenes stuff, yeah, I like doing it. Because now that I've showed off a lot of this stuff, I might be comfortable with actually working on it on stream. Need to go get food, enjoy the rest of the stream. Thanks for all the tips for me to steal. I mean, yeah, no worries. Yeah, have a good one, Pilkey, and thank you for the subs as well. Appreciate it. Unreal Engine has just finished downloading. It's a pretty big beast. Yeah. All right, so that's done. Now the Cinemachine stuff, the main one over here. So yeah, Cinemachine Music VCam. So this has a virtual camera attached to it. And we can see its projection there. And there isn't really a lot to go on with it, except to achieve that like depth of field effect. It has a what's called a volume attached to it to override whatever volume is happening. Volumes are the way like that effects are applied in Unity. So you'll have a global volume and local volumes with different camera effects, tone mapping, bloom, depth of field, vignettes, that sort of stuff. So if I were to go into the game view and I press play, don't know how to get that to a free aspect. There we go. You can see the depth of field at play here with a bit of bloom as well. I can turn that off like that. Like that. Bloom. Although it's not rendering properly at the moment, but I don't really care. I think it's zoomed in or something. But Cinemachine has the smarts built into it to transition between those volumes. So over here, so this camera here, has no volume stuff on it at all. So it just undoes those. Same with over here where we go to the door camera. Cinemachine is the thing that takes care of going from, so if I zoom out a bit, if I go over here and I walk to a certain position, so if I slowly go here and then walk here, there we had a bit of flooding. Yep, undo that. Cinemachine is the thing that takes care of transitioning between those two cameras based on where I am. All right, let's show that Space Pirate Fenrir clip. Just 1 second. Cool. Wait, I don't know about this. Bit bonk. It's not. All right, I'm gonna. Actually, can you hang on? Yeah, so the Twitch.tv ones don't work. It actually, for me, it has to be clips.twitch.tv, like this. I need to update my code to work both ways. That did not work. You can just drop it in chat, Roxy. A bot will delete it, but I'll be able to pick it back up. Give me 1 second. It's not working either. Are your clips just broken? Or is Twitch broken today? Let's see. Is my bot broken? My bot might be broken. Sometimes it disconnects without reconnecting properly. So hang on, let me close my bot. Yeah, usually the time command should just work. All right, is it reconnecting okay? Thanks for bearing with me. All right. There we go. All right, I'll just go for Fenrir's one.
Get bonked on! I want to try. Oh no. Oh no. I don't know how many bits my character model can endure. Oh. I guess he just came in and wanted to give me a bonk on the head too. Well done. You know, I just thought of something. If the bits...
Sorry, just a moment. There we go.
Let's see what looks like the shaders are. Oh, little puppy. No, no, big wolf man. Big wolf man. Damn it. Big Cordelia's not cool.
My birthday's this Sunday, Crazy Wolf Art? Oh, nice. What's, what? That's only like a couple of days away, right? It's probably close enough. What do you think? What does everyone think? Is that close enough to the birthday thing? Because when I find out that it's someone's birthday, there's a thing that I usually do. Yes? Yeah, all right. All right. Let me just, hang on, let me just practice my scales. My scales, my dragon scales. Nope. Well, happy birthday, Crazy Wolf Art, for Sunday. Hope you have a good one. I haven't done that in a while, actually. I mean, fun fact, November is my birthday month. But I'm not sharing which specific day is it, just because I enjoy my privacy like that. But I'll probably choose a day like in the middle of November or something, if we might have a birthday stream. But I don't know what to do for it, really. I've been trying to think of maybe some charity streams that I can do instead of like inviting gifts to me or anything like that. I'd rather people give to a charity, but we'll see. It's problematic because I'm in Australia, but most of my viewers in the US, so charity stuff is weird. I'm going to ask a bigger streamer than me what their advice is on that, but we'll see. All right, sorry, let me just scroll back up on chat. Because there's probably a bunch of stuff that I missed there. For any scallywags watching, Gwillem Inspired, helped me find the resources to make your screen act the way it does. Oh, nice. Appreciate it. Yeah. If you have the game in play mode in the editor and someone redeems a redeem live on channel, will the editor game also react? No. Many other streamers setups like this would. The problem is that because of the way that I'm doing this, if there's more than one of these running at the same time, then this doesn't know which one to talk to. So if I have like the real one running like I am now, and I have the edited one running over there, there's nothing that's going like this as well, because it's not Unity reaching out to Twitch. to do things. It's like this sort of thing. So a bit hard to explain without going into the details, but from a technical standpoint, my Unity app is actually running a web server. So when I run two of those, things get weird. If you're going to donate to an American charity, do St. Jude. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about St. Jude. I know another streamer that does St. Jude stuff every year. It's just, I would love to do one where I can match donations and it becomes a taxable tax deduction for me. And that can't be done outside of Australia, and it can't go through a platform like I forget the name of it now, but none of those like donation platforms are registered charity organizations in Australia, it's kind of weird. But anyway, yeah. Hey, Ryder, how's it going? Congrats on the 1K. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, why not an Australian charity? I mean, yeah, if someone in the US donates to an Australian charity, I don't know if they can claim it on their own taxes, but I don't know if that matters. Maybe the fact that I've just been keeping hydration redeems off for floods, maybe I should just find a charity around that, or someone like the SES to donate to, which is is it Special Emergency Services or something like that? That the SES is often involved in rescues from natural disasters in Australia, or so bushfires to floods, all that sort of stuff. Asked that a moment after you mentioned wanting, but yeah, I should email this. That's a large Australian streamer that does charity stuff every now and then that I can probably ask for some advice on. So yeah, that was just in the context of me possibly doing a birthday stream sometime this month. And if I'm going to call a stream of mine a birthday stream and also say, like, don't give to me, then I may as well, State Emergency Services, yes, thank you very much, set up the donation stuff. Could use the flood as not a negative thing, but because they have to be going through a mega drought. Callie could use a flood, yeah. I was misreading that as like could use the flood thing. I was like, we could tie the flooding of the Lair to donations coming through the system. So it's like ironically making the Lair flood, but also raising money for flood victims. Anyway, that's way tangent. I don't know if I'm doing a charity stream. It's something I'm looking into, but don't take this as me saying that I'm going to do one. I want to, but there's some weird like international logistics around it that I need to understand first. Because I would love to do something where I could match donations. But anyway, supposed to rain on Monday, Tuesday. Oh, nice. So yeah. Cinemachine. So this Cinemachine setup that I have, like some people have commented like how it's cool how I'm able to basically get a traditional VTuber setup looking like this, right? Where it's purely focused on the screen, but it can pull out like this. Giggity. Like it's got a clean snap sort of lock to the game screen, but I can choose to focus on other things. Now the way that I've done that is using, again, Cinemachine. It has a setup where you've got things called, let's see. So under the aim stuff, there's a group composer. And where is it? There's somewhere you define what group to actually look at. Let's see if I can find it. So it's a bit difficult to find some of the information inside Unity's UI, and it might not even be on here, and it might be applied at runtime. Let's have a look on ClearShot 1. Oh yeah. So it's on this top level one here. But basically you define these target groups, which are just empty objects. Here we go, CM target groups. So I've got a clean screen target group, which I've added the Cinemachine target group component to. And I thought there were 4 of these. Hang on a sec. Because I recently changed how this works so that basically it makes sure that each corner of the screen is in focus, or rather is in frame, I should say. Or did I undo this? It's interesting. Capture display pane. There we go. Okay, these capture corners. So at every corner of the screen, I've got these little empty objects. They're just placeholders. So you can see, top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. And when you feed those 4 coordinates into the Cinemachine system, it will make sure, like top left up there, and top right up there, and bottom right and bottom left over there. It'll make sure that they're all in view. Effectively, like no matter where I happen to move the camera or myself, even if I set it to this mode, it's like, you notice how the top left there works. Like it will never go out of view. So I can have this view where I'm all the way over here and the screen's still in view. And, that's Cinemachine doing its magic, essentially, after I tell it things that need to be in view. I'm just trying to see... Wide view target group. No, that's not right. Clean screen target group. No, it is wide view target group. Yeah, so we can see in here the targets include capture corner, capture corner, capture corner, and me. I'm just trying to find the other target groups that I have. Cinemachine. No. Target group. There is a way to search by component, I think. I'm not sure. Let's see. Wide view target group. Let's look in code instead. Maybe I only use it for the wide view. It's interesting because the clean screen shot is only using the single target like that. It's basically saying, make sure that this point here is in the frame out to a radius of that. So 1.6 units. So it makes sure that the left and right is always in view. Whereas the wide view is using those empties there with really, really tiny radiuses or radii. Yeah. Ooh, weather discussions. Rains. Okay, yeah. Nice. Yeah, so I'm not doing an amazing job at describing how Cinemachine stuff works because it's a bit complicated to step through. But yeah, you can sort of see how it's working. Like, so there's a player face only target group, which is this. Or is it? Yeah. And there's a face zoom target group, which would be this. And I'm using the controls to change the Cinemachine state between them, and it handles all of the transitions. It's like player face only is set to target this player camera root, which is actually an empty that's, I think, embedded inside the model itself. Yeah, player camera root. There. So no matter where the model moves, the camera knows to focus on like that particular area. Well, not focus, but make sure that the face is in view of the camera. And if I were to grab the dragon, move it around, go over there, the player camera root is still in there as well. And that sort of nesting of target, like dummy target objects, is used by a few things. Like the ball spawn point for throwing things is out there, because it's always relative to the dragon model. And same with the target is there, up and a bit, so that after it spawns out there towards that, gravity kicks in and usually hits me in the face. So yeah. As for the collider stuff with the Cinemachine, let's see. I wanted to show at least, so clear shot. So what clear shot does is it tries to, basically it tries to get the clearest shot that it can from multiple cameras. So there's two cameras that it can choose between, which is one, this VM cam over here. So it's virtual camera over there, and this other virtual camera here. So this one is like pointing at the door, so it can't see me over there. So it's not going to choose that. And this one is over there, pointing at the screen, and most of the time the view is on this camera. Now, if we were to look over there, we'd see like me walking towards the door. I would be in view, so this counts as a clear shot, so it would never actually change over. But there is a thing you can add on to do like fake walls. Where is it? Real fake walls. Where are you? Might be under here. Yeah, so Cinemachine Collider. I can't remember exactly how it does this, but oh yeah, layers. So I can say collide against camera block layers. And if we go into camera blockers here, we see these cubes. So I've actually got like a couple of like hidden things here that are on the camera block layer, that if I walk from there to there, like standing here, that camera over there can no longer see me, theoretically, like virtually see me, whereas this one can. So it switches over to see me, to continue tracking me over there, without me having to code up anything, basically. So I walk here towards the door and I pass the threshold of that hidden thing, and bam, we're over here now. And we see Fenrir behind bars. I'm so amazing. Ryder, shush. I need to be shouting out people. Can we get a shout out for Ryder, please? There was a couple of raids there where I usually pause on shout outs for folks that weren't the raider. But I don't know. I need to reevaluate doing that maybe. Yeah. You know what I just said about throw origins and throw targets? I think the ball spawned somewhere out.
I am a great magician.
Let's see. Somewhere out there. So I was standing here, and I'm pretty sure the ball just spawned here and hit the wall. You're not a good shot, yeah. Maybe just a 203 minute wait. Yeah, 2 to 3 minute wait. Yeah. Made it so raids automatically trigger shout outs because I felt it was too slow in doing it. That's not a too bad of idea. I was thinking about doing that, and then I thought that might be a bit too impersonal. But mainly there were a bunch of folks that came in with Horrible's raid, that, our streamer folks, I don't know if they're still around, but feel free. You know, Gomainu, Babana, Bananas, all you folks. Yeah. So that covers the Cinema Machine stuff. There isn't much more to it. I suppose the last thing that I could show maybe is the very start of the stream, actually. So a lot of folks aren't here for the very, very beginning of the stream, I suppose. Let me just get this to display properly, maybe. Don't know why this is showing so like scaled down. It's weird. But when the stream first starts up, the camera is viewed here, and let me just send this editor instance a command. So init record player, but on that port. There we go. So I always have to do this, like to get, waiting for chat to start the stream. Can I walk over there? Yeah. So now I'm over here in the game, and my controls are, whoa, I need to undo those smoothing changes that I did. Wow. Am I going to snap? I'm going to idle snap as well? Yes, I am. Okay, that's kind of creepy. Let me not be there. I'm over here. So one of the redeems that we have, which not many people get to experience, because you have to be here right at the very, very beginning of the stream. Settings, platforms, Twitch, channel point rewards. Yeah. So they start the stream already, maximum 1 per stream. It's basically like, you know how some streamers have a first redeem. I decided to make one, and it actually has a function. So, like, it's nothing to brag about getting first on the stream, but basically the stream starts up looking like this, without the shiny, without the shiny zest and the shiny doig. But the record player is not playing, unlike what this is happening now. And the music is stopped, and it's just completely silent. And I'll be there, standing there, until someone hits that button. And then the signal comes in to the Unity thingo, where it goes start record player, like this. And it also sends a command to my music player to unpause the music. And then then we get the music starts up. And I remember the first time that I implemented that, we must have been sitting here for maybe 5 minutes before people realized what was happening. And then, like, the second time we did it, people did it on purpose. Because I didn't tell anyone about what I was doing. I just had the check the redeems text on screen. But yeah, sitting there in silence for many minutes, while people in chat were like smug facing and peeking. You remember sitting in silence? Yeah. Now we can't go about more than about 2 minutes from the stream start time before someone hits start on the music. Which I'm not mad about at all. I'm fine. But yeah, I don't know how to do it, but I wonder if there's some way to incentivize like a long pause at the start. Like, is there any way that we could get people to not hit that button? But I can't think of a way, because people are just going to come in and do it. And they're not going to know why, or if we're trying to get like a funny pause at the start of the stream or something like that. Hey, Snow Twig, how's it going? Oh yeah, can we get a shout out for Dragon Denton and for Snow Twig as well, please? Make sure you're following those two. Maybe something that adds balls at the start, so the longer we wait, the more balls will drop when someone redeems a stream at the start. Maybe. Could set a script that plays when it hits like 5-minute mark, either A, whoever starts the stream gets more channel points, or whoever just gets it. Yeah, I can't affect what people get channel point wise, unfortunately. Yeah, no worries. You doing okay? Nice. Or, just okay. Well, I hope things can be great for you, but okay is good too. Get out of here. I can't think of much more to go into. I sort of guessed that this would go for about 4.5 hours. Can't you give channel points via a command? No, unfortunately. Channel points are all Twitch. So it's however long you watch a stream. We could do something maybe with the channel point like gambling feature, prediction feature. I don't know. Weird. That's kind of done. Yeah. I know. After like 10 minutes of Unreal Engine not responding, yeah. Is this a special episode? Yes. But we've been going for a few hours already. We've covered a lot. Oh yeah, Renee, I'll follow that up after the stream. Yeah, thank you. Assuming that that's a follow for you. Yep. Yeah, I deal with them off the stream. But yeah, no worries. You did it just fine. Let's see. I'll have a look around. Maybe I should show the ball spawn code. How about that? Renee, heck, thank you for gifting 3 subs to the community. Damn, that's very generous of you. Appreciate that. Congrats to Desuito, Lunai, and Chamber Largo. Some names I'm not familiar with, but congratulations. Thanks for showing how you make sausages. Absolutely no problem. Something usually you don't want to understand how the sausage is made, right? Will there be a VOD of the behind the scenes? Absolutely, yeah. So it'll be up for the next couple of weeks, but also I will highlight it basically immediately so it doesn't go away. Menui, thank you for gifting a sub back to Renee. I appreciate it. There you go. Be subbed yourself if you're going to gift some out. All right, so like everything else that comes in over redeems, there is a throw. Actually, this would be an interesting one to explain because this is used for both raids and for individual throw redeems. It's basically, it comes in as an HTTP request to the game to just spawn a ball. It's like, let's see, ball. And over in the bot side of things, if we go Twitch events, raid, so on incoming raid is an action. So on incoming raid here, there. So I actually create a stream marker. So in the highlight view, I can see when raids happen. And then it does the same ball throw thing, but it takes the amount of viewers and sends that over as a count. So, a raid of 400 people, it says to the game, spawn 400 balls. And then that's the same as all the other code that you've seen before. It does a pausing and unpausing of the throw that you've all kind of experienced. And also sends over the raid texture thing. So it sets up the texture on the wall. On the door for the incoming raid. So it gets the target profile user image URL and sends that over. So I won't go through that step line by line, but if you want to refer back to that later, you can come back and pause. That's following an add target info, blah, 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 blah. This is a very, very bot specific thing. But yeah, basically create stream marker, throw balls equal to amount of raids, pause any turbo modes that are happening, look up info about the raider, send over their texture URL to Unity to download, then wait for 5 minutes and unpause turbo mode. Hey, Chamber Lago, welcome on in. Yeah, get subbed. Get gift subbed. Let's see. So the ball spawn stuff. So like every request, it comes in as, it's handled by the web server stuff. So HTTP, v1 Gwilym ball, first log the request, take the count as a parameter and turns it into a number, make sure that's a valid number. And then it basically loops over that number until 0 and queues up a ball spawn request and then sends an OK. So here comes that queue system that we talked about earlier, where the web server is off running in its own thread and the game thinking stuff is happening in its time. The web server is sending over these queues, these enqueued items over into the game logic, which we will then, on each update of a frame, work with, rather than trying to do some complex like multi-threading stuff. We're just kind of using stuff that's provided by C#. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. In 1 or 2 words, recapping, how was your experience making your overlay? Frustrating at times, but ultimately fulfilling and fun. So that was more than 1 or 2 words, but you get the idea. It's been time consuming, but it's been fun, and I've learned a lot. And as all good projects should be. Exactly, yeah. Welcome on in, someone amazing. And I've been able to stream using the thing that I've made and have a lot of fun doing it and meet a lot of great people. So yeah. So we go look at this. So ball spawns in queue. We go to the definition of ball spawns, which is just a concurrent queue of Gwilym ball spawn requests called ball spawns. And we look for where that's used. So this is happening inside, once per frame. This was actually the very first thing that I added in. So it's just directly in this function, whereas everything else is off in their own, like process, process color changes, process record, cleanups, spawn wanderer, raider texture. Actually, we could talk about the, how kobolds wander around if we get to it. Yeah, so basically, this is an implementation of rate limiting that people might be interested in. I don't know if this is the best way to do it in Unity, but because you can imagine that here's ball spawns dequeue. So to take off the queue, we take the spawn request. And this is the code that actually does it. And now if we did that once every frame, you're basically going to get the Space Pirate Fenrir clip that we played the other day, right? You're going to get like a super fast machine gun effect where on every single frame it's spawning a new ball. But also in the game world, you'll get some physics collision issues where, so the balls would all spawn around about here, right? Here where I am. And if they all spawned once every frame right after each other, they'd start colliding with each other before they even hit me and kind of just explode out into the world. So instead, so skip over this bit for now, which is the ball spawning itself. At the end of that, it goes next ball time is the current time plus 0.05 of a second. So 50 milliseconds. And then every time this frame is processed, it looks for the current time to see if it's past that next ball time or not. So basically putting a break or a rate limit on the whole spawning of objects here. Now I look at this kind of code and I think this must be something that's very commonly done inside Unity, but I couldn't find anything built in. So I just made my own, just time-based rate limiting. But that effectively has limited it to, 1,000 divided by, 1 divided by 0.05. So 20 balls per second is the rate at which we can spawn beach balls. So that's all this is, the time check here and the time math there, which is checked on every frame. And then you get just into the guts of it, which is, it takes the spawn template, which is either the beach ball or the pumpkin if it were October, which it no longer is. And these spawn templates are public properties on this class, which I advise getting familiar with how this works. If you add a public property like here, like, I don't know, public game object foobar, I'll save that. If I go back into Unity and let it compile, you'll actually see here, foobar has showed up as a thing that you can drag and drop into. Like I could go capture corner, blah, there. And that functionality saves you having to do a lot of code that I've written elsewhere, like these sorts of things. And I just haven't gone back and fixed them up. So like game object find, game object find, game object find. You can do that by dragging and dropping things into the like property views instead, as long as you add like a public property to the class that you're working with. So that's a bit of a side tip. So let's see, ball spawn template. So we can see in the class over here, I've got a ball spawn template, which is beach ball template, or thrown pumpkin spawn template, pumpkin gwillem. These are prefabs. So let me catch up a bit. Your character was driving along in CP 27 and go to land on the road suddenly and falling through the world. Yeah. Surprisingly, I haven't fallen through my own world yet. I'm actually genuinely surprised by that. Looking for hiring help? Nope. Then clean up the pumpkins left over. Yeah. No, we got the garbage collection happening by me shutting down after the end of every stream. In November, it should have a very rare chance to spawn a hyena. Hyena in November. I don't know why that is. Visual Studio Code. This is Visual Studio Code. So the lightweight version of Visual Studio, I guess. It's more of a text editor with some IDE features rather than the other way around. November is November. Oh, okay. Yeah. But yeah, Visual Studio Code seems to work quite well with Unity. And saves you the overhead of having to load up the full Visual Studio. Am I able to pick up beach balls? No. I like how DoigSwift have a feature where they can pick things up. So one day I'll try and do that for myself, but maybe not before I have my own model so I can do the animation for it, Falling asleep in your chair, have a great rest of the stream. Dragon didn't have a good one. Yeah, have a good sleep. Yeah, so basically it then picks a template from those two that were set on those properties and instantiate. Like game object ball equals instantiate it at the spawn point. Quaternion identity, which is just like default rotation, for lack of a better way of explaining that. It is then told to look at the spawn target, which is basically my face, and then gives it a velocity of a random velocity between 12 and 20 units, and it lets go. It's done. It's like it'll go from there to like bang. Sometimes it'll fall a bit short, sometimes it will overshoot, and that's the random range. But yeah, exactly. Just like that. The actual target for so there's ball spawn point there, which is always relative to my model, and the target is just there, which is always a little bit higher to account for gravity. So the gravity drop. So it'll spawn there and aim for there and start coming up, but then gravity kicks in, and yeah. And I just trial and errored with this height there. Oh, yeah. Beach ball boop. Exactly. Yeah. All right. Well, that's how beach balls are shown. And there's really nothing else special about them. I think, once they spawn into the world, they collide with the ground and they collide with my feet. So I can kick them around instead of like stand on top of them. Is it theoretically possible for me to dodge the balls? Yes, if I'm moving, they probably won't hit me. That happens a fair bit. All right, how about the kobolds? So if you're new to the stream and you haven't seen this before, keep an eye on that door over there, the little door. Speaking of kobolds, Green, we're just about to do a thing. There it is. Hey, how's it going? So that little mini-me, which is basically my model, will wander around. But Reen, yeah, time for sleep. Have a good one. Yeah, thanks for being here. The doors are probably normal sized and I'm mine the big one. Yeah, maybe. Yay, kobolds. Yep. So, yeah, there it is. In terms of Unity, like in-world stuff, it is literally just my model. Let's see. Hey, Crisis, how's it going? Kobold, yeah. So it just instantiates the Wanderer spawn template, much like the beach ball stuff does, and there's a despawn one as well for removing them if I really need to. But it doesn't. You can see that it doesn't do any check for if there's any existing ones. So whoops, let's do a thing. Another one, 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 another one. That'll do. So now there's many, and they're all going to compete for spots to stand in. So I'll let that happen for a little while. Wallenberg, hey, how's it going? Are they useful or more like realistic kobolds? That's a very loaded question. They are not very useful in my world. I'll say that. They just move around at the moment because I haven't told them to do anything else. So the Wanderer spawn template is on that network controller as well. It's that Wanderer template there, which we can open up, I think. Prefabs. Oh no. Where is that? Where did I put that? Assets. It's under assets. Directly under assets. There we go. So yeah, literally the same dragon model as mine, but with different blend shapes. So this is a blend shape configuration that was provided with the thing that I bought from the asset store. But for example, head ball, like drag and drop it and change. Well, Unity's not liking that. There we go. Yep. Jaw square, jaw thin, face thick, tail thick, arms thick, belly thick, belly thin. So yeah, you know, also, like different variations of dragon-y shapes. And then it's just scaled down, and it has what's called a nav mesh agent on it, and a script of my own, which is just the Wanderer script. That all it does is try to find somewhere to go to, and then actually walk over to there. And once it's been sitting there for a while, it'll try and pick a different one. Scaled down, yeah. Scaled. So if I go back into the scene, see these green circles here? Basically, those kobolds will look for these, like pick one of these at random and then move towards it. And at the moment, they just have really, it's just the same idle animation that they use. Like they don't even have a walk animation because I don't know how to do that properly yet. But you can tell that, you can see that they're just sort of like idling and looking around. And then they move away and they're still doing that animation. They just slide. They just slide. Sup? And if two of them try to navigate to the same point, they end up trying to compete to actually stand there, which makes them do like a circle dance around each other, just completely unintentionally. Yeah. They're like cats, they do whatever they want. Yeah, basically, if you ever get mystery visitors, make sure they aren't just three kobolds in a trench coat. Yeah, good advice. Dance off. Yeah, they have a little dance off. You can set a script for them to flee when you get too close for a little fun. Yeah. Just have them move quickly or to a random spot. Yeah. So the long-term plan is to have those little creatures that can wander around, maybe of different types, be people from chat. You know, like some streams have stream avatars that show up down the bottom of the stream. I would like for that to be blocked it. Nice throw all the same. Yeah, and maybe that beach balls are thrown or things that are thrown are actually thrown by the person's creature rather than just appearing out of thin air. Yeah, that's going to take a lot of work and a lot of learning, but I would love to be able to do that. It wouldn't show up for people who are just lurking, of course. It would just be if you've been active in chat in some way. So yeah, and maybe if there's like some threshold amount of people hanging around, maybe that triggers an event where like maybe you all have to like fight me, like like Shadow of the Colossus style. Yeah, have to somehow try and take me down. I don't know. But that, you know, these are like long-term, very long-term ideas. Simulacrum, hey, how's it going? But yeah. But I think I'm coming to the end of being able to, like, my voice is giving out on me a little bit at this point, and I don't think there's much else that I can really talk about, I think. There is something last that I can show to all the people who are here, of course. Thank you for the follow. So I'm not ending just yet. So I did make a mention of near the start of the stream and a couple of times throughout the stream, I've mentioned concept art. Yeah? Who wants to see some concept art? Can I get some like encouragement to show you concept art? Maybe in the form of ones in chat? How many ones can we get in chat? While I make sure I open the thing up so I can sneakily show it. Oh, good thing I did that. It was going to open on the wrong screen. Right. There's a few ones there. There's some ones. I don't know if it's quite enough. I'm getting there though. Relinquish art. I will. Make me. Make me. Simulacrum, Spark Ghost, hello, welcome on in. Cheesecake Legs, hello. Love the music. It is good, isn't it? Yeah. Ow. 1 1. 1 1 1 1 1. Lots of ones. All right. How many more do I want? I want all the ones. Give me all your ones. All right. So I will also credit the artist after I show it, but I would like to see if anyone can guess the artist maybe, because it's a recognizable art style. And I don't know if they're here. I wonder if they can stay quiet for now, for the moment, but yeah. All right. So let's see. All right. Banksy? Wrong. All right. Yeah. 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 Here. All right. Just want to size this properly. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Multiple monitors makes this kind of awkward. There we go. Right. All right. Yeah. 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 So what are we seeing so far? So this is a bust sketch. Seeing a little bit. Oh, what's that? Horns. Hair, close. Close. Yeah. 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 Dreads. Yeah, dreads. There we go. Although the, dragony, lizardy style ones that are more like, well, scaly dreads, basically. We see some, Dragonborn. So remember that my character is based on a Dragonborn. So yeah. 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 Ow. Yeah. 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 And there's not much left, so here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Hey, look at that. See Flameheart, what is a Dragonborn?
Magician.
Dragonborn is a playable race from Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah. But does anyone recognize the art style? Can anyone name the artist? No? Recognize it, don't know the artist. Very D&D, looks familiar. Pondering. Babana knows that. Babana knows the artist. No, they're right here. The artist is right here. Babana saw. Right here in chat. And I actually need to know. I want to know how to. So can we please get a shout out for Babana saw? I also want to try and figure out how to add them as like a artist role. Let me see, Babana. Because if I showed a thing from Alex Babana, if I've shown a thing from him, there we go. So hopefully, there you go, you get like fancy blue icon next to your name. Yeah. Make sure you're following Babana. They are powerful artists. They did this sketch for me based on a bunch of images that I gave them, and they've done an amazing job. And they're also working on, we're working on like a turnaround for me to model off, which is still in progress, and I need to get back to Babana on that. It's just I've been a bit busy and a bit sick as well. So yeah, we keep working. But my aim is to have a model made for myself, whether I do it or get someone else to do it, that looks like that, because I love it. click the emote in the stream manager and add an artist to it. Oh yeah, there's no emotes though. So this is not, but hey, Schmoops, can we get a shout out for Smoops as well? But yeah, this is just attributing Babana as, like, if I'm going to show this as art for the stream, you know, I may as well credit Babana. Fuzzy Dragon. Get a certain space pirate to do it? Maybe. Nah. I don't know. I don't know if Fenrir is up for doing commissions like that. This would be a fairly involved one. But yeah, amazing work, Babana, and thank you very much. So that's a special treat for everyone for coming on out and hanging out. But I think I was thinking about playing some games if my voice was holding out, but I don't think it is. So I think we might wrap up. I might find someone to send you all over to who's going to appreciate a really good raid. Maybe someone who isn't ending soon. There is someone that, hang on a sec. Yeah. Just give me one moment. Missed the concept art. I can show it again. Yeah, let me keep it up. There you go. What's going to happen is that he says he can't do it. Maybe. But basically, I'm trying to have a shot at modeling it myself. Actually, I can show. Let me show what I've got done so far. I may as well do that. Because basically I'm taking the route of sculpting first in high detail. Which seems to be the only way that I'm able to get facial details correct. Whenever I've done modeling, that just seems to be the here we go. Yeah, so this is what I got so far in Blender. You can see like low detail bits still for me to figure out how the hell I can do like horns and fins and stuff like that. But so I've got the reference. So Babana's references are here, but I've got them shut off because they're not complete yet. So I just don't want to show them just yet. But I'm really trying to nail like a look from the front that looks sensible, as well as this look from the side, like angle, like that as close as I can matches that. But anyone who's done 2D, 3D stuff knows that there are some expressions that you just can't express in 3D, you know, or it's not easy to at all. But yeah, and I've got the jaw modeled separately so I can figure things out like rotation. Whoop, that's wrong. Like that. Yeah. So yeah, there is some other detail but on the model, like you can see, you know, but there's plenty of the model left to do. But I'm trying to get the face right, so that, like, rather than trying to model up the whole model and then spend ages trying to get the face right, I want to get the face right first, because that'll be the thing that is seen a lot, right? We'll now have to start making some fan art. Yes, looks great so far. Oh, thank you. Yeah, absolutely have the chops here. I appreciate it. Need a prismatic Dirk in the future, yeah. Yeah, so this is obviously, are the horns symmetrical? Yes, they are. I mean, literally mirrored. Like this, a mirror thing. Boop, 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 boop. So yeah, and all the sculpting is symmetrical as well. For anyone who hasn't seen sculpting tools in Blender, it's actually really fun to play with, and you should give it a try. I encourage you to do that, because it's like sculpting clay. It's like, here, just add some more volume to it, and it shows up over there as well. change your brush size and go ham at it. Or this snake tool thing to like drag a thing out and around, and boop. It's like, you want more horns? There you go, add more horns. Yeah, sculpting's really fun. Even if I don't end up being able to translate this into a low poly model, which I hope I will be able to, because I've gotten, one of the things I've struggled with in the past are eye shapes, like eyelids around the eyes, and I feel like I've actually gotten it right this time, because I could low poly map over this manually, and be able to make a sensible blinking animation while still having the eyes there. So yeah. Appreciate the follows. Thank you. Lieutenant Willem ain't got no legs. Damn. Other horns symmetrical? Yeah, more horns. Yeah. I messed around with Sculptress a bit, but now with a proper tower, I could probably give it another shot. Yeah. So yeah. But yeah, whenever I get the model in use, it's also going to be clothed. I don't like being naked. I'd much rather have clothing as like an accessory, as a feature, as a thing that can be changed or change. But yeah, the modeling that I'm doing will be unclothed so that I can then clothe over it, How do you sculpt those pointy bits? Sorry, I've just closed it. If you mean the bits that were coming off the back of the jaw and over the eyes, they're not sculpted on yet. They're like objects of their own. Sorry, they were like these things here. So they're separate non-sculpted objects that I need to then sculpt. But what you can do is you can have your sculpted bit, so say the head, bring other other objects in, and then it's like Control J join, and it will become part of the sculpt, and you can then like fine tune it. Or it's like join and then remesh, I think it is, to remove like inside volume. I am an absolute Blender like beginner, so but yeah, the interesting part is going to be the dreads. I'm hoping that I will find some way to do the dreadlocks programmatically. Maybe I model them all and add some sort of like bone and gravity to them, so it they like fall naturally or something like that. I don't know. And then maybe bake that into the model somehow. How do you get it so pointy? Let me open Blender back up. You can point out what you want to know, because I'm happy to answer. And it won't take me that long to load it back up. All right. So if you mean these things, like these fins and horns, these are just lines with a skin modifier attached to the whole object. So I remove that. And then at the end, like at the end point, it has Control A, scale down and up and down. Do that. Yeah, there's some tutorials, well, not tutorials, but there's some sculpting videos that I watched that they basically do their model like that, the whole thing. Arms, like actually the arms I think are done like that. Yeah. And then once you get to the point when you're satisfied with the shape, you can you can apply all of these modifiers and then join it with the main sculpt, and yeah, like I did that with the snout here. This was all done separately from the neck, and I've joined them in and like blended them together in sculpting mode. I don't know if I'll do that with the jaw. I may need that separate. But once I'm happy with the arm shapes and the hand shapes and stuff like that, I'll be doing the same sort of thing. Skin horns, yeah. We can have like shiny blue instead. But yeah, all of this like in the final setup won't be visible really because all the dreadlocks should be here. Whoop. Don't do that. Let me just minimize Blender instead of close it. There we go. Oh, yeah, decoupling head. That's right. I was thinking of running through Don't Fear the Reaper again. I don't know anything about Cyberpunk. Yeah. Hey, Birdie, how's it going? I look a bit into hair physics, and what I ended up noting down is that making bones and then letting Unity handle the motions. Yeah, yeah. I was watching Miss Mixie, I think, the other day. They were modeling up, so they'd gotten a model of a Splatoon character, and I think they modified it to like a kind of a goth look. And they were rigging it up with all like the, what am I trying to say? The Splatoon like octopusy hair, octopus-like hair. So they were doing like weight painting and bones all along the hair, so it animated properly. So I imagine doing a similar thing with these dreadlocks. Inkling and octoling tentacles. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Very tired and a little sick. I hope you get well soon. Yeah. Octo what? Exactly, right? I said nothing. I mean, what? do. But yeah, I think I might wrap up. I could play a game for a while, and my brain isn't that tired, but I think it's better to just rest up, and then I can stream again maybe like Monday or Tuesday my time. Just trying to think. I just want to check someone's stream time to see if they're going to be going for a little while longer. Well, they should be. They should be going for another hour. All right. My favorite Pokemon, I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't play Pokemon, and I've never really been a Pokemon person. I apologize. All right. But let's do a thing. So thank you very much, everyone, for coming out and making it an amazing stream. But I just wanted to stop this music and do this. Snorlax in my emotes. Is it a Snorlax? I thought it was a Slowpoke that I have. Or are you just testing me? Alright, let me check things. There's a lot of stuff happened today. I want to make sure I thank the people that did things. Besides all the follows, of course. I don't usually keep a list of the follows because I try and keep them lurker friendly. So Pilkey, thank you for 6 months of subbing. Razim, thank you for that raid, appreciate it. Juju Lama, thank you for gifting out a sub. Horrible, thank you for the raid as well. I need to go check you out. Bananas, thank you for the sub. Fenrir, thank you for the raid. Pilkey, thank you for gifting the sub. Anonymous, thank you for gifting sub. And Anonymous, thank you for gifting 10 subs. Damn. And Renee as well for 3 subs. And thank you, Menowiti, for gifting the sub back to Renee there. Really appreciate it. Masonic, how's it going? Yeah. You're right, it was a slowpoke you just fluffed up. Damn, Roxy. Currently looking at fridges on Facebook. Gotten approved for an apartment, been trying to move everything in. Oh, nice. Stressful, but exciting, right? So yeah, don't go anywhere just yet. We're going to raid over to someone that's really chill, and I'll hang out for a bit there as well. I know the kobolds are coming in strong. Yeah, there's a few of them out here. Yeah, so thank you everyone again. Man, I don't know what I will do for a next follower milestone, but this has been an amazing 1,000 follower stream. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all learned a bit of things, maybe got a bit inspired, and maybe I'll be able to do some on-stream work myself in the future. But yeah, Renee, Kisscash, Masonic, Roxy, Snowtwig, Posty Encrypted, Menowiti, Birdie, Babana, that's everyone that I can see on screen. Thank you, Creati. Yeah. Yeah, get off the vinyl. You'll scratch it. Damn it. Yeah. Blurble, yeah, thank you. All right. Do. All right, so we're going to head on out now. Thank you very much again. So the Lair is closing for the evening, really closing. It's been wide open so everyone can see it all its glory.
Magician.
My clothes are shiny. But you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. But I know where you can go. And that's over to... We go over to Salford Sal's stream. So Salford Sal's playing some Surviving the Aftermath. Sal's an amazing streamer. She's raided into here a couple of times. She goes long streams. She's been going 11 hours already, and she'll be going for 12 most likely. I hope. I hope. I'm not checking, and we're just going to raid. So we're going to send 111 new folks. Damn. Really appreciate all being here. But yeah. This is it. We're just going to use our usual raid message. So first one, if you've got my emotes. Second one, if you want to use a global heart, or put on whatever emotes you want, anything to bring the love. So greetings from the Lair, we bring you love. Don't know how she does it exactly. Do I play Final Fantasy 14? I do not. Sorry, no. MMOs, I stay well clear from because I can get addicted to them too easily. So yeah. Time to put back all the things where they belong. Yeah, time for me to restore a backup so I undo all the changes I accidentally done. But yeah, thank you very much everyone for being here again. Have a good night. Take care of yourselves. Stay hydrated. And I will see you next time. Goodbye.